So good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to see so many of you joining us today. Welcome to this training session where we will discuss how to build resilient city responses to population change. My name is Alexandra Weert. I am Senior Project Coordinator at Eurocities, and I'm very pleased to be with you today, and I'm looking forward very much to our exchanges. But before we start, I would like to briefly give you a bit of context for today's event. So this training takes place in the framework of the EU-funded CONSOLIDATE project, which brings together 12 partner cities that support each other in developing more effective policies and services for migrant integration. The project is led by Eurocities and also includes as lead partners Migration Work and the European Network of Migrant Women. This is actually the last training session in a series of 3. A year ago, I think we had a first training that focused on addressing the needs of migrant women within local integration strategies. And late last year, we had a second training dedicated to a more technical topic, but equally important, which was data collection and data sharing on integration. So if you missed either session, you can rewatch them on the project website, whose link should be posted in the chat as I'm speaking. And you can also find, if you don't have time to watch the entire thing, you can also find their policy brief with key messages from the 2 trainings. Today's session is also being recorded, as you know. The recording will be made available on our website afterwards, but if you prefer not to appear in the recording, it's, of course, perfectly fine to attend the training with off. So this brings me to today's training, where we will be talking about resilient cities and strategic responses to migrant integration. Our starting point for this training is quite simple. Migration is not an exceptional event. It's not a phenomenon that cities only need to think about in moments of emergency or when arrivals suddenly increase. It is a permanent feature of urban life, and it should be treated as such. But the question we want to ask ourselves today is this: what does a strategic approach to migrant integration actually look like in practice? What are the key features of a city that approaches migration in a proactive and long-term manner? And to explore this question, we will hear from cities that are at different stages of this journey. Some have been building this strategic vision on migration and integration for decades now. Others have responded more recently to emergency situation and have since then integrated those experiences in a more structured and long-term approach. We will also hear from experts and representatives of civil society, of course, because as you can imagine, a resilient city is not a city that acts alone. It is a city that works in structured partnership with civil society, with migrant-led organizations, and with the communities directly concerned. So we have quite an exciting day ahead of us with many different perspectives and experiences to learn from. And I'm very much looking forward to our exchanges and discussions. And with that, I'm very happy to give the floor to our moderators for today's training session, Rachel Marangozov and Dirk Gebhardt, who are both directors at Migration Work and who are going to lead the discussions for today's training. Dirk and Rachel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra. So before Rachel is first, I want to quickly run us through the program. So what do we want to do today in this training? And this should be now visible to you. Can you see my slides? I just need to go into full screen. So the first block is about why cities need strategic approaches to migration. And my colleague Rachel is going to introduce the session, and then we will hear from Glasgow, from Susan Miller, the Chief Executive of Glasgow City Council. how they developed such an approach. Then we're going to talk about how cities can or have transformed experiences of bigger inflows of migration into long-term inclusion strategies. And we have here the cases of Munich, represented by Maria Prosa, and Prague by Getty Mubenova, to talk us through their cases. Then we will have a lunch break. And after the lunch break, we're going to talk about partnerships with civil society, migrant-led organizations as one important element of resilience, like Alexandra just told us. We will hear from Nick Dreher, who is a researcher with Toronto Metropolitan University and who has worked on a lot of city cases in a comparative manner, including through the Soli City Partnership. And Adla Shashati, director of the Greek Migrant Forum, an organization with a long-term history of working on migration as a migrant-led organization, together with the Athens City Council and other organizations. Then we are going to look at two elements of resilience that are perhaps particularly difficult into breakout groups, one on housing and one on communication. And we will get an input on housing from our European housing champions in Vienna, Birgit Wachter-Wallner, Dominique Dallabrida, and Sidonia Estl. As an initial input, these workshops are supposed to be very horizontal and allow for a lot of sharing between the different participants. And the one on communication, we're going to kick it off with the case study of Fuenlabrada, represented by Councillor Javier Boquesa. And after these workshops, we're going to come together for another 10 minutes to kind of share our lessons learned in this training. So that's the program for today. I'm going to hand over now to Rachel to set us up for the first block. And for doing that,
Thank you, Dirk.
I should unshare. I should say just one more word of introduction. I think we have a dream team here together in this agenda to help us understand what a resilient city means in terms of migrant reception and integration. So I want to thank already all of you who have agreed to speak here today, and I'm sure that all of the participants will take home some interesting insights from this training. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dirk, and thank you everyone for joining us today. It feels actually very timely to be having this discussion because, of course, it's Refugee Week this week, and it's World Refugee Day this Saturday. So I feel like we're in a good space to be talking about this topic today. And I want to kick off with a bit of scene setting, really, just to provide some context within which to frame our discussions going forward. Why this topic is important and why it's important now. I'm going to talk for about 15 minutes and then I swiftly want to move on to our first city, which is Glasgow. So you can hear more about how some of the topics I'm going to talk about and touch on in the next few minutes actually plays out in Glasgow. So moving on to my next slide, why is this topic so important to the future of our cities? And Alexandra has helpfully touched on some issues there in her introduction. But really, perhaps the most simplest answer to that question is that it's already very much our reality in cities across Europe. And there are a number of trends that have been shaping our cities for a while now. The first being the idea that that the newcomer, as I'm calling them here, has become much more diverse in the last 40 to 50 years, to the point where cities are often now described as super diverse. That is, they're made up not by one or a few nationalities or ethnic groups, but by a whole range of different groups with different migration statuses, legal rights, language, religion, different lengths of residency. And so when we think about newcomers to a city, in the context of today, we might be focusing primarily on asylum seekers and refugees. But I think it's important to keep in mind that the term can also encompass a whole range of other groups: international students, skilled workers, family migrants, people relocating within the country, people displaced by the impacts of climate change, remote workers, digital nomads, as they're often referred to now. So the idea of the newcomer has become more diverse. And in many large cities, 1 in 3 or even 1 in 2 residents is now either foreign born or has a migration background. Newcomers are also a source of economic growth and labour. We know that migration boosts GDP in the long run by increasing labour supply, productivity and innovation. We know that migrants are disproportionately entrepreneurial. Here in London, 1 in 3 new businesses is founded by someone born outside of the UK. We know that immigrants fill key labour shortages now more than ever before. Here in the UK, 20% of all our healthcare workers are non-British nationals. I'm sure it's a very similar picture in other cities. And given the global shortages for many of these occupations, cities are increasingly competing for skilled labour, and also investors and entrepreneurs. And in fact, migrants are not just filling key labour shortages, but they're also making up a growing share of the workforce, as much as 30 to 50% in some cities. Newcomers, migrants are also key to demographic growth. In many high-income countries, net migration now accounts for most, if not all, population growth, as migration helps to offset population ageing and workforce decline. Globally, an estimated 45% of urban population growth between 2000 and 2020 was attributable to net migration, with the remaining 55% due to natural increase. So migration is a primary driver of city growth. But of course, you can't have this kind of urban growth without there often being challenges to city infrastructure and services, particularly where there has been a failure to plan for growing urban populations, or where public services are often already stretched or under pressure. I'm not going to say too much on that point, because I think the cities we'll hear from later today will illustrate that a little bit more concretely. And as Dirk said, we have a breakout group later dedicated to it. Of course, I could talk about other things too. That previous slide was not an exhaustive list of why that topic is important. I talked here about macroeconomic and demographic trends, but migrants, as we all know, are an important part of the social life, the cultural fabric of any city. We also have the rise of the far right, the growth of online influences, growing inequality, all of which require parallel efforts to strengthen social cohesion, build trust between our communities and reduce the risk of polarization. But these are all presentations in their own right, and hopefully we can touch upon some of these issues in our second breakout group on building trust with our citizens. But the key point I want to make here with this slide is that cities are already operating under this kind of change and flux and population churn. They're the places where these global trends are often converging. And so they are, and have been for a while, at the very front line. Moving on to my next slide. This kind of change requires a different approach. Cities need to, and have in fact, been moving from what you might call traditional approaches to more strategic long-term approaches. What do we mean when we say traditional approaches? These are usually governance models that are still very much built for exception rather than continuity. They might be characterized by short-term funding, siloed departments, emergency-only tools, one-off actions, reactive political narratives. And what newcomer inclusion increasingly calls for is a shift to more inclusive city systems. we might always need tailored and targeted support for migrants, such as language provision, but as populations in general become more diverse and present more complex and multifaceted needs, I'm thinking about not just the diverse needs within migrant populations, but also the fact that cities have growing proportions of older workers, for example, or people with mental health conditions. Cities need to ensure that newcomer services sit within systems and governance models that are in themselves becoming more inclusive. Traditional approaches might also have tended to focus on short-term settlement, reception and welcome only, and increasingly cities need to think about how to ensure that people who are coming in the short term start to think about settling or staying more permanently. And that's about cultivating a sense of belonging. It's about ensuring quality public services, perhaps incentives to stay and remain in the city, but also pathways to settlement. And whereas previously newcomer inclusion and integration might have been the responsibility of a project or a particular department, now it has to cut across many departments and perhaps even a whole of city strategy, because newcomers interact with almost every city system and service at some point, whether it be housing, employment, health, culture, planning. And so inclusion has to be mainstreamed across city governance. And in fact, this is what strategic newcomer inclusion is all about. It's not really about changing the newcomer, but changing the institutions and governance of cities, creating the conditions that allow newcomers to arrive and thrive and contribute in all these areas. Not about preparing for the next crisis or influx, but about building cities that can thrive in a future of continuous change. The point about focusing on assets instead of deficits, I would probably go further and say we probably need to broaden our understanding of what assets and contributions are. Often national governments place a lot of emphasis on high net individuals, those that bring money, investment or exceptional talent into a city, but contributions are more than exceptionalism and fiscal benefits. And cities know this better than anyone else. The daily life of any city runs on bus drivers and carers and nurses and doctors and teachers. And we seem to have grasped that in COVID, but some of that I feel has got lost since. And the point about top-down service delivery, I think we're going to hear some really examples of that, so I won't elaborate on that point too much. And my last slide. The good news is cities are not starting from scratch. Across Europe, cities have already been developing smarter, more resilient ways of responding to migration and diversity, building on previous and current and recent waves of refugee and migration flows. We've seen examples across our CONSOLIDATE project, whether it's been Vienna mainstreaming integration across departments, Fuenlabrada tackling discrimination, Sofia investing in migrant organisations. We're already building a picture of what resilient cities look like. And I think we'd all agree that these approaches don't just help newcomers to settle, but also help to strengthen the city itself. And on that note, I would like to thank you for listening and move on to our second speaker, Suzanne Miller from Glasgow City Council. Suzanne is Chief Executive of Glasgow City Council, a position that she's held since May 2024, after working for more than 30 years for the city. And I want to thank Suzanne for making the time out of a busy day today to talk to us, because I think Glasgow is a really great example to kick off today's meeting. It's a city that has been a long-standing city of welcome and has a very proud history of receiving asylum seekers. Last year and this year, it has had the highest number of asylum seekers of any individual local authority in the UK. So I'm going to be quite and to Suzanne, if you could maybe finish at about 9:45 UK time, that is, then we can have 10 minutes for questions, because I know you have to leave at 552. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rachel, and good morning, everyone. I might not take that amount of time. I was fully intending having a nice polished presentation to give you guys, but unfortunately, here our political term is about to finish for the summer, so we've got 10 days left, so that always ends up being really frantic. So apologies for the lack of slides. Really pleased to be with you this morning. I will try and speak slowly. Glaswegians are really famous for speaking far too fast. So I'll try really hard to speak slowly so that we can be understood. Really pleased to contribute to the discussion and the debate today because it's a really current issue for us here in Glasgow in terms of what our strategic approach is to inclusion because of the recent challenges that we've had. And like many other cities across Europe, we've had some real significant challenge in terms of pressure on our service and an increase in terms of some of the anti-immigration and anti-asylum rhetoric and action. And just as recently as last week, actually for the first time in a really long time, an anti-immigration protest resulted in violence and violence directed towards people of colour in our city centre. And that's a real shift for us. So certainly in the last, probably just post-COVID, there's been a lot of reflection across the city leadership about how we strengthen our city to continue to be an inclusive city, and how we shift the way in which we are managing inclusion to respond to those changing threats. And my experience, they have been changing. So I thought it might be helpful maybe to do a bit of history and then to return back to the current. So Glasgow has been an asylum dispersal city within the UK for 26 years. And I've been involved in asylum dispersal for those 26 years. And our first kind of foray into that was meeting the ambulance plane from Kosovo. And from that point on, Glasgow was really clear about wanting to be a city that welcomed people from across the world, in terms those people seeking asylum and sanctuary. And we have continued to operate as that for that last 26 years. And I think if I'm being honest, which I thought would be helpful, I think we've made some mistakes along the way and we've learned from those mistakes. We've gained some experience. The nature of that migration into our city has shifted significantly. People who are coming, where they're coming from, what they bring in terms of skills, experience, their own resilience, but also their own trauma, and the impact that has on our city and on our services has shifted over the years. I'm also the very proud foster parent of an unaccompanied asylum-seeking young person who, for the last 6-7 years, I'm very proud of how well she has done, and I'm now a proud grandmother to Stella, who's 2, from and our mum, who's now got full status here. So that kind of experience, and my experience was in social work services, so I'm a qualified social worker, and we were involved initially in providing accommodation and support through the asylum contract. And then that contract in the UK about 2008, 2010, moved entirely to the private sector from local government. And that was a bit of a shift for us within cities. We had been at the heart of that provision of accommodation and support. We knew the population really well. As I say, we had learned from those early mistakes that we had made, and we were particularly focused on the development of integration networks based in communities. And we had some real success in terms of that building and integration and inclusion from the bottom up, if you like, within our local communities. But I think that point where we lost the accommodation and support contracts, and when in the UK accommodation and support moved to the private sector, who were clear about their reason for being, including profit. I think that was a point of shift there, and certainly for us in local government and for us as a city. Again, having to shift to be a partner rather than the provider was a bit of a moment for us 16 years ago, 15, 16 years ago. And again, I think at that point, what we lost, there were political decisions being made by the UK government that support in particular wasn't as strong a feature in the contract in terms of supporting asylum seekers within the UK. And support had been central to the previous contract, and certainly in terms of local government and their provision of services in the city. So we then had a period of adjustment where within the city we made a conscious decision that we would invest as a city in that support services because it was no longer part of the national government's, it was no longer a significant part of the national government's contract. My experience in Glasgow about what helped that was, so at points, and speaking frankly, at points we had a UK government that was hostile to immigration and specifically hostile to asylum seekers, less hostile to the refugee schemes, and certainly less hostile when we had the Ukraine crisis. But in general terms, pretty hostile. And in Scotland, we have a Scottish government whose policy context is a welcoming country. We have a political strategy called the New Scot Strategy. So Glasgow was operating, no longer being the provider of accommodation and support, and trying to shift in relation to that, working with the private sector, working with the UK government where it was a pretty hostile environment in terms of people seeking asylum, but helpfully in a Scottish context. So although that was difficult, working in a Scottish context where we have a national government who have consistently been clear about Scotland being a welcoming place for asylum seekers. And the New Scot Strategy was about how our Scottish government supported cities and communities to be that welcoming place. So although at points over that period after we lost the contract, that was tricky, I think that support of the Scottish government, and certainly in conversations with some of my English colleagues, I think that definitely was helpful for us here in Scotland in terms of having that support, and at points that including financial support. But I wouldn't underestimate the impact of that political consensus to be a welcoming city. So an example of that would be our locally elected members working really well with officers here in the council, and they have done over a number of years, to be, there are very few issues that our city government would necessarily have a consensus on. The welcoming to asylum seekers remains one of the issues that we have political consensus on in our city, and I think that's really that's been really significant for us to be that inclusive city. I think that's potentially under threat, and again in recent local government elections in England, some of my colleague chief execs and other local authorities are having a real challenge with the election of those, particularly from the reform view, who have an extremely hostile policy position in relation to migration and asylum seekers in particular. And that's causing some of the cities, other cities who until now have been welcoming cities, a real problem. So when my observation would be when that political consensus starts to break down, that makes it really difficult for cities and for officers working in those cities to maintain that work in terms of inclusive cities. So I'm grateful that over the last 26 years, and that's with changes in city government, so that's with changes in who's leading our city government. We haven't, our local government elections are next May. So I do have some concern about what that might look like and the impact that might have on us here in Glasgow. So going back to sort of that experience, I think what we did well, and Rachel touched on it, what we did well in terms of being an inclusive city in the beginning, of those 26 years, did tend to be quite siloed. So our social work services was particularly good at working with our asylum and refugee communities. Our education services have been excellent in terms of working with those communities. But on reflection, where we are now, which is much more about that sort of city government approach and inclusion being rooted in governance across a number of partners, including third sector partners. It has been it's been a real shift, and I think has contributed to our ability to remain inclusive in the face of some real challenges. And I think you're going to talk about that. So the big challenge that we have currently is in relation to housing and homelessness, and I know that's on the agenda later. So we're currently working where 50% of our population who we have a statutory duty to house in relation to who are homeless are people who've had a recent positive decision in terms of leave to remain. And that is placing real, particularly post-COVID. We also have a housing shortage. So those people are tending to be housed in emergency accommodation in the city centre. They're really visible. A significant proportion have travelled from England in particular. Our homelessness legislation in Scotland is something to be extremely proud of if we were financed properly. So our homeless legislation is almost no barriers. There's no priority need. There's no local connection. So you present in a city or in anywhere in Scotland from anywhere in the UK, and we have a statutory duty to provide accommodation. And you are offered no more priority if you are in significant need or if you are single with no vulnerabilities. So it is legislation to be proud of in a purely academic sense. I would argue that when your government doesn't fund you to enact that in terms of the pressure, that becomes really difficult. So we've got a really significant operational pressure that's kind of threatening community cohesion just now in our city, and in terms of the focus of the discussion this morning. Actually, what it's done is strengthening the result. It's strengthened some of the resolve around that inclusion, and it's strengthened the strategic approach. And I think if we were facing this operational challenge maybe 10 years ago, when we were in that sort of, so we were having a decent response to our asylum and refugee population, but it was siloed. It wasn't strategic. It wasn't joined up. It didn't have an ask of the wider community and we call them community planning partners. So those are partners that work with the local government across a range of other agencies and in the third and voluntary sector. So I think if we were facing this challenge 5, 6, 7 years ago, we would be really struggling in terms of managing that community cohesion. So we do have some real challenges, but if I take last week as an example, so the disorder that we saw and the violent disorder that we saw that was aimed at it was aimed at, and the rhetoric was aimed at the asylum population, but the violence was directed at anybody of colour. And within 24 hours, we had our police force, our political leaders, our third sector leaders and our council leaders coming out really strongly and making really strong statements about we will not tolerate that kind of behaviour. We will not tolerate that level of racism and violence, and there is no place in our city for that. And again, I think if we hadn't done the work in terms of that, having a strategic approach that we have done, I think there might have been some hesitation in there. And really interestingly then at the weekend, so the protests were planned to continue as they had in other cities in the UK, and they didn't manage it. It didn't get the traction. So we didn't have, it was a single night. Now we're still working through what else we need to do, but it was a single night and there was a really strong response from the city. And that wasn't necessarily the experience elsewhere. And I think part of that strategic work that we've done again touches on quite a lot of what Rachel said. So I think the thing that we've been successful at in building that, we call it democratic resilience, and building that democratic resilience in our city. We've been really clear about the positive. So we're not shying away from the challenges in terms of that, sort of particularly about housing and homelessness, but in relation to the significant sort of addition and enhancement that population have made to our city. It genuinely, so it's really obvious in terms of our statistics. So the thing that Rachel touched on, that we are the only city in Scotland who has a working age population that is growing, and our working age population is growing because of our because of the people who are coming to the new Glaswegians coming to our city. We have the same issue that other places have about an ageing population and the issues about that, the stress on health and social care services, but we have a growth in terms of our working age population, and that, I think that has shown to be really it makes us really strong in that economic development piece. So yeah, we're a city that's got lots of challenges, but we're actually performing really well in relation to economic development and inward investment. And part of that is related entirely almost to that working age population. We've got a skill base here, and we've got the people. I think in relation to education, our education services are really clear that our new Glaswegians have contributed to over the years, a real injection in our education system of diversity. So we're a city that now 30% of our under-20s are from Black minority ethnic communities. And when I started in social work 38 years ago, that was 2.4%. So that the experience that our children have in education, and we've got evidence in our city, as Rachel had said in her presentation, that we have an asylum refugee population who come really committed to education, that without being sort of stereotypical or homogenous about it. In general terms, they're very committed to education, and they're very committed to that system and doing well, and they see education as a way in which they can do well and contribute. And we've got really clear evidence that new Glaswegian population have contributed to an increase in attainment in our schools. So, and the diversity piece we're really proud of. It's kind of more anecdotal. So if I say to you that my children, who I sent to state school here in Glasgow, and my youngest, who's just finished his first year at university, in his school, which was the same secondary school I went to, were 54 different languages spoken as a first language in his year, and we had that's an area. The school that he went to is an area where 45% of the population are in poverty, where they are eligible for free school meals, which is one of the indicators we use. So it's a really mixed school. And when I went to that school, which was a very, very long time ago, the diversity was in the 0%, and it was Southeast Asian. We've always had a Southeast Asian community in Glasgow for a long, long time, but the range of that and that experience that my children and the other children have of education is significantly different and much, much richer for that. But we also have the hard evidence about the new Glaswegians actually contributing to a rise in attainment in school. And I think that the point about culture that Rachel made, you're always very welcome to visit Glasgow. And again, that the contribution to culture, to the arts, to the hospitality industry is palpable in our city, and that diversity and that richness that comes with that is again something that we are really proud of. And it was that kind of evidence that we use in terms of building that democratic resilience across the city, but also not shying away from where the challenges were. So I think we remain a city that's really committed to being an inclusive city. We're cognizant of the challenges that there are in terms of that, and for us, the sort of poverty and exclusion in our city, it remains a challenge as it has been post-industrial city. We've had those kind of issues for a very long time. And we have a population and communities who are very vulnerable to some of the far right rhetoric in relation to asylum and refugee and migration. We need to be really conscious of that. And I think the issue struggle's the wrong word, but the issue I'm really reflecting on now as the chief exec with my kind of leadership team and with our politicians is it's not helpful to ignore that voice, but I haven't quite figured out how because if you're in a properly inclusive city and you want to be and you want to ensure your communities are inclusive, you need to find a way to listen to those voices. And you need to find a way to engage, because to ignore the thought that came to me last week, but to ignore those voices is quite arrogant. There's kind of a systemic arrogance around that, because we're officials and our politicians are elected to represent all of our communities. I am the chief exec, and my teams are here to serve the public in Glasgow, and that currently includes those views that are being expressed by people. There's a really clear connection to poverty and exclusion for us, a really clear connection. So I think the thing that we've not quite figured out in the next stage of our journey about being an inclusive city is how to listen and respond to those voices. So I suppose I think on reflection, again, just to say, I was really pleased to be asked. My reflection of 26 years is it's of our intent to be an inclusive city, has some real sort of peaks and troughs, some real learning, and to be I suppose my one reflection would be to be constantly aware of that kind of what's changing around about you, and to be constantly aware that you need to keep moving to remain inclusive, and you need to keep listening. And if you ever think that you've got to the stage where I can now wear the badge and I'm an inclusive city, you've maybe misunderstood how complicated it is and how much it does change over time. So I hope that's been helpful. And again, apologies for the lack of slides and that I need to go to the next committee meeting at 5:02 rather than be here till 10. But I hope that's been helpful, Rachel.
Suzanne, that's been brilliant, and don't apologise for the lack of slides. And much rather look at your face when you're talking. I want to thank you for giving a really honest account, really, of the situation in your city and also of your personal life. I mean, how wonderful to hear a real lived example of how immigration has affected the city, but also your own life. So thank you for sharing that, and congratulations on your granddaughter. You don't look old enough to have a granddaughter, quite frankly. I'm going to just say that I love that term, democratic resilience, and the fact that you are constantly working and constantly aware, because I think that's something that's going to come up again during the course of the day, and how not to ignore a lot of those views. I think it's very easy for people to go, well, that's just ignorance and this is just misinformation. Well, it might be, but what are we going to do with that when we're up against forces of social media, etc. I'm going to take questions because I'm conscious you're going to leave us in about 11 minutes. So if I can take any questions for Suzanne, either in the chat, or you can put your hand up. I'm trying to, if I miss you, I'll rely on one of my colleagues to point it out, but maybe just unmute yourself and raise your question. And maybe just say who you are as well and where you're speaking from. That would be helpful. Sue, do you want to kick us off?
I was waiting for somebody else to come in, but I will. I love the term democratic resilience as well. Sorry, I'm Sue Lukes from Migration Work. I'm doing the housing workshop later. And so a lot of what you've said, I've been busy taking notes, thinking, right, we must discuss this in the workshop. But this last point about how you deal with radical right, and I'm really struggling with this. We've got a whole piece of work on it at the moment. And it feels to me as though you're absolutely right. There are issues in there that we have to engage with. We've been bad at in the past, and we're now paying the price for it because people organising the far right are getting an echo from people who realise that they've been ill-served. So there's that. But it feels to me as though also with engaging with that, we probably have to define our red lines first and say, I mean, partly because we know that a lot of the leadership of these radical right organisations are acting in extraordinary bad faith. They're pretending to be working, you know, voices of the working class, and they're actually making millions and all the rest of it. So we have to say, well, you know, there are red lines here which are about basic human rights, basic equalities, if you like, and we're not departing from those. But within that, talk to us about the stuff you want to talk to us about, you know, the housing shortages, the difficulties with accessing healthcare, the other things that come up in that way. But that still, to me, leaves a gap, which is around the whole sort of, I suppose you'd say, the cultural thing. And it's very easy to get a bit, I think you described it as arrogant about that. But it is easy sometimes to look at people and say, oh, for goodness sake, you know, you're turning up with crosses on your marches and then getting drunk and smashing things up, you know, and that sort of thing. But I mean, I'm interested in maybe the sort of cultural side of that. Is there some way that you've been thinking of engaging with some of the issues that are not about that local government, you know, in the best of circumstances, build more houses, do more, but is about the engaging with the feelings, if you like, that people are expressing, and I'm interested in that.
Yeah, it's a couple of things there. Thanks for the question, Sue. So a couple of things we're doing as a city government. We are actually looking at neighbourhoods, and we are actually looking at the sort of physical environment that folk are living in. So working with one of our big, we're a housing stock transfer authority, so we don't own or provide our own houses. It's provided by housing associations. And we are working with one just now where we're really focused on, so can they direct some of the money that they have in refurbishment to make sure to make sure that the places that people live are as good as they can be. And can we, when we've got responsibility for street cleansing, managing fly tipping, all that, so we're working on a really granular level, Sue, in relation to just kind of exploring, does that make it, is that going to make a difference? Because that's what we're hearing from folk about, that they're not valued by government, big government, small government, that they're ignored, that they, so we thought, right, we'll start there. So there's a whole plan of work around about that, and we're going to evaluate that to see if that has an impact in terms of any kind of community attitudes and some of, because we've identified where we've got issues in terms, I'm also the returning officer, so you can look at our Scottish election and the general election that have been in the last couple of years, and we know where our hotspots are, and they align with our hotspots in relation to poverty. So we've got a plan of work around about that, just to see if that makes a difference. The other thing's a bit more nebulous. So a recent experience that we had has kind of left us wondering how we go out and have different conversations with communities. So we're wondering about through our schools, and the reason for that is, so we had there's a kind of UK. There was one of the ways of protest, and that sort of organised far right was attempting. And going into deliberately targeting places like Glasgow with a high asylum population was around about English as a second language provision. And there was rhetoric around about, we provide that in school, we provide it in local community centres and libraries and further education colleges, but we specifically provide ESOL within schools to encourage women from our asylum and refugee communities to come in, because that's a place they're much more likely to come to for ESOL than external, and we'd recognised that women weren't accessing our ESOL provision. So there was a deliberate targeting of that in the UK, and they found a hook in Glasgow, and we had a protest outside a primary school about 4 mums who were going to an ESOL class, and those 4 mums had kids at that primary school. It was in the East End. What we did that day was our Exec Director of Education, our head teacher, and the chair of the Parent Council, which is like the parent representative body that we have in our schools, went together to the protest. And there was externals in the protest, but there was about 20 people that were mums, grandas, granny who's, you know, carers for the kids with their placards, and it was about the safety of their children. So those, the parent council, the school, and the kind of senior person in our sort of leadership structure went out and spent more or less the whole day just talking. But the turning point came, it's absolutely fascinating. I find it fascinating. So 3 of the 4 women still went to class. 1 woman felt she couldn't. There wasn't a physical threat to them, but there was placards and words being shouted. And when they came out, one of the local women who was involved in the protest said, and if you can follow my Glaswegian, that's that wee lassie that lives around the corner from us. And there was a moment where the head teacher said that's who comes to the ESOL class, you know, that who's coming to the ESOL classes are parents that you see in the playground. And there was a bit of a moment, and that particular mum, I think, had a bit of a moment herself about what kind of why am I here? That's the wee lassie that lives around the corner from me. Our kids, and we haven't quite figured out what to do with that yet, Sue. But we were really struck by. So you're kind of organised far right. The sort of the big externals are probably not folk that, to be honest, there's much point in spending time with or on. But actually getting in and amongst our communities, and the chair of the parent council, who was extremely brave, was prepared in that school to get involved in that conversation about, you know, that kind of dispelling some of the myths. So I think there has to be a really hyper local approach to some of that, and I think we're kind of wasting our time in the sort of organised folk who are external to Glasgow. But there's something about those kind of really hyper local, and I think something about that physical environment, and seeing if that makes a difference.
Thank you. That's a great question. I have just, can we squeeze in one more, please? I know you've only got 2 minutes, but maybe you can give a quick answer. We have a question in the chat. How well do the immigrant organisations cooperate with the city authorities?
So we've got, again, that's probably taken us to 26 years, so that wasn't something that happened immediately. We've got an excellent working relationship with Scottish Refugee Council, British Red Cross, Refugee, which are a very, very local refugee organisation who are brilliant. Now, as a city government, not all of the time do we agree with one another, but I'm perfectly comfortable with that, because and really good leaders in those organisations, because they quite rightly have a role in terms of that sort of wider advocacy piece. But really good cooperation from them. But it's really respectful. You know, 80–90% of the time we're in the same space, and see that 10% we're not in the same space, we let each other know we're not going to be in the same space. And so we've had really good cooperation there. Again, that's been about relationship building. That's been about building human relations. So having been around for a long time has helped that in terms of building that kind of credibility. They contribute hugely. They contribute hugely to that welcome in our city. They do astonishing work, and they're particularly good. So organisations like Refugee are particularly good about that connection between the kind of hyper local communities and our asylum and refugee population. They're really good at making those kind of connections. So that I think that it's really good, but we don't always agree, and actually that's okay.
Suzanne, I'm going to let you go because I know you have to run off to another part of the building, but I wanted to say thank you so much for a brilliant and very honest, frank presentation on Glasgow. And yes, thank you very much. And you know, have a lovely rest of the day. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thanks for your time. I hope the rest of the day goes well for you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Well, that was a brilliant presentation. I'm sure you'll all agree that you know, this session is all about why do we need strategic responses, and I thought Suzanne gave a brilliant count. They're not complacent, clearly, in Glasgow. They've been doing the kind of relationship building with other organisations for 26 years, I think she said, but they're still very much conscious of the work that still needs to be done and the need to listen and take seriously people's concerns. it was interesting to hear from her how that political consensus they built in the city really came into play at moments of stress. And of course, that is a city, as Suzanne said, that's still facing certain pressures. It's always had pressures around things like housing, but migration is putting that in the spotlight, putting it under pressure a bit more. And there are people out there seeking to capitalize on that for their own divisive ends. So I'm going to end there with that session and hand over to Dirk, who we're a bit ahead of time, who will kick us off on the next part, which is building institutional capacity for long-term social inclusion. But I'm sure that many of the things that Suzanne talked about there will return to during the course of the day.
Thank you, Rachel. I'm going to talk extremely slowly now, so we catch up with the original schedule. No, a very quick introduction. We will basically continue the reflection that we started in the first session with Suzanne, and asking ourselves how cities learn from past experiences of migrant arrival, starting from the thesis that if you always are in firefighting mode, treating migration as an emergency, it's difficult to develop a sustainable solution to migration, which is a city constant. And just like Suzanne used this session before, we want to really see also this coming session now as a space for reflection. Which lessons have cities learned? Who were bigger hubs of arrival? And we have two brilliant examples here. The city of Munich with Maria Bursa, who was the major arrival hub from the Balkan route in 2015, maybe together with Vienna, and also an important point of arrival for Ukrainian refugees. So she's going to be our first speaker. And then we're going to hear from Getty Muvenova about Prague, who, as you know, was an important arrival hub for the Ukrainian refugees. I think more than 300,000 Ukrainian refugees came through Prague, and almost 100,000 became residents in the city. So we asked our two speakers before to really think about what did you learn as a city, but also as a partnership of actors. And I'm really looking forward to our presentations now, starting with Maria. She joined the Office for Housing and Migration at the City of Munich in 2015. So just when a lot of people arrived. She's working as, I would translate this as advisory staff for the head of the Office for Housing and Migration, and she's working on first reception and housing. And she's also working a lot with city networks. She coordinates Munich's work on city networks in this area. And before joining the city council, she worked internationally, including with the OSCE mission in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the early 2000s. Over to you, Maria. You have about 20 minutes, I would say. And then after your presentation, we're going to hear from Getty, from Prague, and then we should have plenty of time for questions and answers.
Thank you, Dirk. Thank you for your introduction. Good morning to everyone. I'm very pleased that we were invited to join with you our lessons learned from the experience we had in the past. And I prepared a presentation, actually, and that's the most exciting moment now, because I'm trying to show it to all of you. Yes, let me see. Can you see it? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, in my case, if I look to the right side, in my case, it's on the second screen, but it's okay, don't get irritated. So if you allow me, oh no, it's not working, I'm afraid. No, it's not working. Is it? Can you see the second one? No.
You can't change slides.
No, I'm trying. I can do it this way, but it's a bit complicated. So no, let me see, just a second. Otherwise, Alexandra needs to let me
Jump
see.
in.
Yes. Yeah, I'm afraid, Alexandra, we are losing time, but it'd be great if you could jump in, because somehow I'm trying once again, but I'm afraid it's not working. No, it's just no.
Okay.
Alexandra, is this okay?
Are you here? Otherwise, I can also share it. I should also have
That's
it. Let me
great. If
see.
you share, that's fine too. My apologies. Sorry for this. Okay, great. Thanks. So we can move to the next slide. Thank you. It's not yet. Just to allow me, before I start with the lessons learned, a quick overview on the context in which the city administration is working. Of course, we're also cooperating with the political level, but now is the focus on the city administration. Munich has 43,000 employees, 15 departments, and 6 municipal companies. And I work in the Department of Social Services, which has 4,500 employees, and to be more specific, in the Office for Housing and Migration, which has 1,300 employees. So it was already mentioned, I think, by Rachel. It's obviously a shared responsibility. If we want to cooperate with each other, we need at least to talk between the departments and units. So next slide, please. This is only to show it. So that's only the Department of Social Services, the complex structure, just to illustrate, and we can move to the next slide, Alexandra. Thank you. And that's also a little bit the context of the procedures and the work in which we are operating. In Germany, it's quite a complex system of allocation of refugees. Normally, it's the state level, the federal government, which is in charge of assigning and accommodating people, but they delegate their responsibilities to the Bundesländer. In our case, in Munich, Bavaria, and the Bavarian Bundesland delegates further down to the upper Bavarian district, and they then finally assign the numbers of refugees to Munich. And it's all according to a quota system. We need to fulfill the quota. So actually in charge is the state level, but the city level is obliged to assist in receiving and accommodating and integrating refugees and asylum seekers. And the system is called Königsteiner Schlüssel, just that if you've heard it, it's just the name of it. Currently, Munich, the city of Munich itself, runs and manages 46 so-called decentralized municipal facilities. So why decentralized? The aim is that the facilities for refugees and Ukrainian displaced persons or refugees are not too large. So we try to keep this number small in the buildings, in the shelters, because the experience has taught us that the less people are there, the less conflict normally, because you can all imagine the more people live under one roof, especially if they are from different backgrounds, the more difficult it gets to find a way of not disturbing each other. And we have in those 46 decentralized municipal facilities, 9,500 persons capacity. In addition, we have 26 accommodation centers run by the state of Bavaria, and they provide 4,000 persons place. So it's a bit normally larger facilities. And then we have also that something not it's Munich specific. I'm sure there are other cities also having it. That's we have smaller housing projects in which we give place for people, vulnerable people. So that's, for example, for people who have special needs, or for young adults who are just in education, or LGBTQI. So they get specific support in those smaller housing projects. If there are any questions of understanding, please, I encourage you. I will have a view at it an eye on it, just to put your question into the chat. Okay, that's some pictures of the arrival of refugees in September 2015. Alexandra already mentioned it's a journey. It's a journey on which we are learning, and I'm also happy to take you on this journey. Actually, Munich, of course, has also learned a lot from the previous past, before 2015, but my presentation focuses now on the last 10 years and what happened since then. You see, in those September days, it was like 67,000 refugees were coming within 10 days. And at that days, we, the city of administration, used everything just to accommodate people for a very temporary period. And it was more or less a lot of emergency shelters. It was even hospital bed that we used. And then that's something we normally try to avoid. School, sports halls, because they affect, of course, the normal regular life of pupils at schools, but that's something we had to use. And that was all what we sort of was the starting point of what we then decided to change to manage the integration and the accommodation of refugees better. If you can move to the next slide. Yeah, some more figures, but then I'm done with the figures. Yes, the next, I would say, crisis situation or influx of refugees was then in March 2022, when after the war against the Ukraine by Russia, and it was a hub. Munich was a hub. Many Ukrainians arrived at the main station. We had since 2022. More than 96,000 people arriving in Munich. Not all of them stayed, but Munich has a center functioning as a distribution center. We call it arrival center within Bavaria. So they arrived there, registered there, and then they were further distributed. But we have 23,000 Ukrainians living in Munich since arriving, since 2022, and living in Munich. 4,300 of them live in municipal facilities accommodated by the Munich city administration. And what is very, I think, significant is that more than 18,000 live in private flats. In difference to, I say, regular asylum seekers, the Ukrainian refugees are treated under the temporary protective directive. So they are allowed in Munich to find their own private flats. They're not supposed to live in accommodation shelters. So that's, of course, they made a lot of use of it and found, due to maybe relatives, but also on their own initiative, a lot their own private property in Munich, which actually is really, really a challenge, because you have all know certainly about the housing issue and the very expensive market in Munich. There was also a lot of people actually offering their rooms or space at their houses as a sort of voluntarily by themselves. There was a lot of readiness to help Ukrainians in Munich. So we are just back, one more figure, Alexandra. We have 11,500 refugees and displaced persons living at present in Munich. More than 80 nationalities living in Munich. And that's now only referring to those who, not the newcomers in general, as pointed out by Rachel, but that's only those who have asylum status, or those who are seeking it, and Ukrainian refugees. So now we can move to the next slide. Yeah, and that shows you, actually, it shows you not much, but just a map of Munich. And the blue dots are those shelters for refugees. And we have also yellow dots, which are those for homeless people. Why I'm showing you this? Just to give you an idea on how it's distributed. And of course, the objective of Munich is to distribute the facilities as evenly across the area as possible, not to create any, as was mentioned by, I think it was Susan, hotspots. So we are trying sort of to distribute it evenly, which of course in practice is very challenging and not always feasible because, as mentioned, the housing market is very tight and expensive, in particular in the inner city center. But that's it's a major objective of the Munich policy. So we can move on. So finally, we are arriving to the fields that I'm going to introduce you in more detail on what the Munich city has learned from I call them now crises, from the past, in particular the influx of refugees in 2015 and 2022 by the Ukrainian refugees. So there's the field of strategic planning of refugee shelters. There's the field of integration. Then we have the field and the area of participation of civil society organizations and refugees. And then we have the communication information strategies and the cooperation. Of course, I try to visualize it a little bit. It's of course all linked together, and it's also sometimes cross-cutting and overlapping. And for me, a challenge to present it to you in 8 minutes, but I'm trying. Okay, well, can we move to the next slide? As said, 2015, it was realized, okay, we cannot go ahead with just responding to the needs by refugees coming and trying to find a roof, a place somewhere. So a task force was established, an interdepartmental task force. It's called Accommodation for Refugees and Homeless People, which also, it was mentioned by Rachel, I think. It was, of course, one of the major issues that we learned. We need some sort of shared responsibilities. The task force meets regularly, at peaks even once every week, but normally every 2 weeks. And that's the place where all the departments who are somehow linked to refugee integration and accommodation are talking to each other, and all kind of potential facilities and properties that might be suitable for setting up accommodation center or refugee shelter are being looked at. And it's of course a good and efficient way to look at once and discuss it in terms of the criteria, like we had at educational capacities. So we look into this. If we want to locate there and accommodate their families, we look into this if there are enough kindergarten and school capacities. Then, of course, one of the major criteria is the public transport connection. But we have also like social integration possibilities that are checked there in this task force. And also, not to forget, in Germany, it's famous for it, the nature and protection of nature. And last but not least, of course, also the funding. As said, the funds are normally paid by the government of the Bavarian state, and they, of course, require to build the facilities in an efficient and effective way and not to waste the money. To this end, we also developed, when I say we, it's the task force in this particular case, a database for potentially suitable locations. And since 2015, there are more than 1,000 objects and sites there sort of entered. And it's, of course, a good way to also to keep the institutional memory, which is also important. Within the 10 years, there's always, in 2022, we had to recheck new facilities under new pressures and under new circumstances and conditions. It was, of course, very good then to have all the data already collected somewhere, and it's almost also good to see on what criteria at that time were not suitable, or why or for what reasons this property or even the building has not been accepted. That's sort of identifying. That's one area. Another one we learned is also the construction of housing. Of course, I think that's something we'll have in the breakout session maybe, but of course it's sometimes better to do modular housing, not to do at the first glance cheap container solutions, but to do some appropriate solutions which might be a bit more expensive, but give more life quality to the people living there on the one hand. On the other hand, of course, it's also easier than to rebuild, and it's less expensive in the mid and long term. So that's one aspect of mid and long term planning. Then I mentioned already, we also identified and put up new forms of housing, like the small project housing projects. They have a specific and more support by we call them social pedagogics. So they just get more support to integrate because they have their specific needs. And then we also had and been also trying and testing from 2015 to sort of I write here converse, but to sort of rebuild office space into facilities for refugees, which is also quite challenging, but that's something which we will also further look into the future on how this can be improved, because of Munich has quite a few empty office buildings, so this could be an option. Yeah, and then a third option that's being now tested within a research project is to use living space on an interim basis. So sometimes there are flats available for a certain period and not in a shape to be offered on the property market, and so there is this idea to use it then on an interim basis by refugees. We have also young people who are using it. So, but in this specific case, I'm talking, of course, only about refugees. And one more measure, I put it now to the refugee shelters. It's that we established at each refugee shelter some services to counseling services for the refugees. So the first spot, it's in their building where they live, where they can get information to procedures in Munich on where they get assistance, they get information there about school, and those on this local level also. It's normally welfare organizations paid by the city of Munich and the Bavarian state. Those organizations also coordinate the volunteers' work in this local area district. Okay, now we move to the integration. As I said, again, here again applies the principle away from the emergency responses to strategic thinking. That became quite obvious already in September 2015, and we took a long time. Actually, we took our time to develop a comprehensive strategy and policy and integration plan. It was done in an interdepartmental way, and it was done by included with civil society organizations in a participatory way, and it was supported by the leadership of the political leadership of Munich, and of course the mayor of Munich. And it was adopted in 2018 by the city council, and it of course is now always in the process to be adjusted and adopted to the changing circumstances. Speaking about one of the major objectives of this comprehensive plan was, we call it Munich Way, was the principle of offering refugees and all newcomers, that applies really, involves everyone who comes to Munich, integration from day one, regardless of their status. And that's something we are really trying hard to fulfill by offering to everyone language courses, counseling in terms of what kind of education is appropriate, and this and also I will say to this a bit later, the cooperation with the civil society organizations at district level, focusing on district level in our case, meaning not on this whole city, but we try to be as local as possible. And then finally, that was done only a few days ago, sort of also setting signals to the public and to those people coming to us. We so far had an office called strictly translated foreigner office, and now we sort of changed it into the Office for Immigration and Naturalization, and opened these days a welcome center where people have an easy access to all the services provided and get a lot of answers to their questions without dealing with a lot of bureaucracy and waiting time. They can go there without any appointment, and they get at least some sort of first information, and then they are referred to other counseling services if there's a need for it. Yes, next.
Yeah, you have 4 more minutes.
Yeah, next slide, please.
To wrap up.
Yes. Yeah, communication, information, general principles. I'm not speaking too fast, hopefully now, but the idea is, of course, to take the public with you and to give them sort of a very frank and transparent communication. Yeah, that's without fighting extremism, xenophobia, and of course we work with other departments and to this end. Okay. And how we are doing this, that's more than in practice. We set up mailboxes so that everyone can contact the city of Munich. We organize open house events. Before the refugees move to it, we invite the neighborhood so that first of all, they can overcome their fears and they can talk to the people who will work there. And that's a way of overcoming fears and prejudices. The same applies, of course, to the leaflets. Information is very important to deal with fears. And then they have also an easy access. Letters are being answered very fast. And it's all about explaining and answering to people by taking their fears and by telling them on how in the past it was working. And that's one way of sort of keeping the radical fears and opinions lower. Okay, next one. Then we have, of course, strengthening partnerships since 2015, and in the course of the years of 2022, we strengthened the partnership with migrants organizations, civil society organizations. That applies to the umbrella organizations of migrants. That's Morgan in this case, but it's also cultural centers like Bellevue de Monaco. We have an organization supporting refugees by renting their flats. So they are renting their flats to overcome the fears of landowners, and then the people move in. And we have a migration advisory board, which is sort of a more formal body to represent the newcomers and migrants in Munich who have no status to vote on municipal level. And then, of course, what we learned also from the past is it's very important. That's why I'm here, to exchange experience with other cities in Europe and elsewhere. And that's why we also came up with we are a member of the German network of safe harbors, the International Alliance of Safe Harbors, and of course, Eurocities. And there's where we share best practice examples. Yeah, and that's something really, one sentence only. Is it okay, Dirk? Of course, it's not only about the measures for integration and accommodation of refugees. It's also, we've seen that the crisis management can be improved. We've done it, and that's why I want to mention it, with the help of a research project. It was mainly based on the experience in 2015 and 2020. We made a review and an evaluation, and what came out, the key points coming out, that of course one needs clear responsibilities and roles. You can move, one needs a prioritization. So the tasks need to be adjusted to the current situation. I think that's something evident. Okay, next one. And then, of course, that's something, of course, all kinds of experts and members of the team, crisis management teams needs to be nominated. You need deputies. That's always important to have a 24/7 structure. And then people who are dealing with finance law, public relations, and communications. And what I want to point out in particular is, of course, that it's important to keep people who are communicating with the civil society organizations and not only the public, but especially with the civil society organizations, which are very important in crisis situations. That's the extended crisis management team. And then we have human resources. It was in the past always like staff was assigned from other departments to the Office for Housing and Migration to support in the situations where we needed more resources. Yeah, I think that's it, Alexandra. I hope I was not too fast talking you through. It's always like this, one comes up with a presentation and then it seems like not so long, but once one starts talking, at least when I start talking, I never come to an end.
Thank you, Maria. That was a really good presentation, I think, because you gave us all the details of what you learned from the past and how this changed your very structures and your policies and your strategies.
Okay.
I think it was really helpful. I would ask you participants to keep your questions in mind, but for after we have heard from Prague, so we can look at the two cities together. There was just a question from Kati about whether local authorities are responsible for homelessness in Germany. I think they are, no, but they get funding from the state level somehow for that. Is that correct? Just
actually, they are responsible. In difference to refugees, cities are responsible for accommodating homeless people.
Okay, thank you for clarifying this. Let's move to Getty and the city of Prague. Getty Muvenova is the region coordinator for strategic adaptation. So that's really our topic here, and integration management of Prague, which is a region with relatively autonomous city districts. And her responsibility is policy coordination of refugee policies and policies towards other newcomers from other countries. She joined the city in 2022. So just like Maria joined Munich in 2015, Getty joined Prague when a lot of refugees from Ukraine arrived, and coordinated or contributed to the city's crisis response. And her background is social work, migration and development studies, and she has experience from nonprofit and academic work. The floor is yours, Getty.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me properly? Just to check up. Yes. Thank you. I'm a bit nervous now because I might face the same struggles with sharing the presentation. So
don't worry, I'm ready.
And I ask Alexandra in case it will not work properly to help me out. So 1 second. Can you see?
Yes.
You can see it?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Perfect. I don't know what I'm sharing, so maybe because I can't see anything.
Okay, would that be more helpful if I share your presentation then?
If you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay. Take this one down.
Thank you. It always happens.
And I'll be with you
Teams.
in a second. Sorry. No worries.
I'm really one of the worst
No
technical. Yeah.
Here it is.
Perfect. Thank you. Awesome. So thank you very much. My name is Getty, as was presented before, and I'm happy to hear Maria's experiences because there are many things that Prague has in common. And at the same time, there are many things that are completely different. I was taking a lot of notes during the speech. Thank you. Similarly, I would like to explain a bit of the context, how the Czech Republic context works, how the long-term trends are in terms of migration, because there's a bit of a different situation when it comes to speaking about integration and migrants in general. I would say the Czech narrative on the national level is more of a similar to Hungary or other Eastern European countries. And I think also that's important to pinpoint because Czech Republic didn't have this experience with so-called migration influx in 2015. So for us, for Czech Republic, this situation with Russian invasion to Ukraine was actually the first time when Czech Republic faced this such a big influx of refugees coming to the countries. On the other hand, the long-term trend that Czech Republic was experiencing was relatively gradually increasing amount of migrants coming to Czech Republic. We speak most of the people coming from European Union or third countries. But this influx of Ukrainian refugees was something really extraordinary in terms of this refugee situation, refugee-connected situation. We're talking about non-voluntary migration. And I put two pictures of Czech Republic, how it's divided. On the left picture, it is a picture of number of people, migrants, including refugees from Ukraine, and their spatial distribution around the Czech Republic. Maria was saying previously, there is a quota system according to distribution of people. When it comes to Czech Republic, there is no national quota distribution system. So everybody can actually decide what would be the final destination when it comes to Czech Republic. And you can see there are some parts of the Czech Republic that are more inhabited by people with migrant origin, and especially eastern part of the Czech Republic doesn't really face these high numbers. On the right picture, that's also a picture that is showing only Ukrainian refugees, a space distribution. Naturally, most of the people from Ukraine who came after 2022, they came to Prague. Prague is a capital city. It has a bit of open politics as well, so it's more open towards diversion. So for most of the people, this was like the final destination. One important thing I would like to underline, because we are talking about resilient cities, we are talking how to build long-term solutions, is this integrated rescue system that Czech Republic has according to a law. And that was one of the important part, especially during the crisis. And I would explain it a bit more. In the presentation, I divide three stages. One is this crisis management period. Another one is ad hoc solution. And the third one is long-term and sustainable solution. But this integrated rescue system is something that I would like to focus on a bit more during the presentation. So next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So coming to Prague, and Dirk said it already, Prague has a special position. It's a capital city, and at the same time, it's an independent region at one point. It's semi-autonomous when it comes to region. It has Prague Mayor, and this Prague Mayor doesn't actually decide about all and everybody in terms of city districts. There are 22 semi-independent city districts around Prague. That means 22 mayors from different political parties. That's also very important in terms of coordination and management and everything we speak about, also in terms of social cohesion and all of those public policies that we need to implement all around the city. When it comes to integration or connected local policies, I have to mention that the integration as such is not mandatory. So those city districts are left aside, and it should be their decision whether they would want to be open for everybody, whether they want to be inclusive in terms of politics, whether they want to do something that supports integration, not only of people with migrant origin, but also people with disabilities and everything. And when it comes to crisis, as we experienced in 22 or 23 coming to refugees. This rescue integrated system was one of the key elements that allowed us to do this crisis management, because at that point, where the national government and also the regional government activates this coordinated rescue system, that basically means that each and every part of city has to follow certain rules and has to follow the common goals. So we're not how to say it? We're not left on the field of diplomacy, but everybody follows the same bullets and aims and rules. And that is something that Prague also activated in 2022. So all of those 22 mayors, together with police officers and fire rescue system, we actually collaborated in terms of managing this crisis management. Okay, the next slide. I already said this, but there's currently more than 100,000 refugees from Ukraine, or we say people with temporary protection, because they're not refugees in the common sense. There is the special European law. More than 100,000 people from Ukraine, and on the top of that, there is another 350,000 people of migrant background. We're talking mostly about workforce, about international students. And I have to say that those people didn't have this voting right, so they cannot affect the voting election, which creates a bit of tensions also, because the city creates the policies, and systematically, that's something I noticed of, systematically there are groups of people that are dropping out of those policies. So one of the aims with my team, we started to do during the crisis with Ukrainian refugees was we were trying to harmonize this municipal public policies, so no one is left around. And we started to do it on the cases of refugees, because that was something from perspective of communication that everybody could understand, at least at the beginning. And that was one of the first steps, not leaving anybody around. And we're slowly, and that process is a long term. We're trying to speak about inclusive cities. We're starting to speak about, we have to think about everybody who's in the city, because if we create policies that are selective, it will have negative effects on the social cohesion. Okay, next slide, please. Yes, the crisis management and ad hoc solutions. I already said how the crisis management was activated. Another important thing, and I've seen it also in many other countries, in especially Eastern Europe, but there were a lot of international organizations coming to Czech Republic because of the crisis. Talking especially about UNICEF and UNHCR, IOM, which really helped in terms of financing, because usually when there's no crisis, we usually hear there is not enough of funding, or we don't have money for that. Suddenly there was crisis, and also the international organization funding was coming not only to national level, but also on the regional level. In terms of Prague, Prague was the only region in the Czech Republic, and there are 14 of them. Prague was the only region that had a direct collaboration with UNICEF. And UNICEF actually gave, and I've written it, 13 million euros to Prague only for the Ukrainian refugee crisis. But the outcome of that international help was also to create social cohesion policies. And I think that's something that came from abroad to Czech Republic, especially to Prague, which showed Prague city representatives that those policies that Prague is creating has to affect everybody. So we're not talking about only Ukrainian children, we are talking about all children that are in education system. If we are helping to Ukrainian mothers, again, we have to help all mothers that are somehow living in facility accommodation. And so that was the UNICEF. Prague at the very beginning, together with activation of this crisis management system, created a special crisis budget. And I think that's one of the important decisions as well, because there were external money funding from international organizations, but at the same time, Prague created a special category for humanitarian aid. And that crisis budget is something that exists until 2026, until today. And because of that, we are able to make our policies not only on a paper, but also we have some funding that is guaranteed. We still use it. And I think from a perspective of city governments, that's one of the important decisions when it comes to the crisis. Another thing that happened in 2023 was that Prague decided to have so-called coordinated approach to adaptation integration. And that is actually something I think it's quite rare. It's not something that the Czech public administratives know, but we saw that only crisis management doesn't help. We need also some kind of a soft approach. We need collaboration, we need shared responsibilities. And I think it was the first time we experienced actually something like that. And it started as a pilot, but it seems to turn out to be long-term and long-term solution for the city, because the city kept this coordinated approach towards integration. Maybe because of time, I would skip to another slide. Thank you. So from temporary solutions and fragile stability, there were some decisions that Prague City Hall actually did, but those were only temporary solutions. And since the beginning, because I joined the city in 2022 during the crisis, one of the aims me and my colleagues we wanted to do is to do those kind of decisions that show to be that would prove themselves to be long-term, that would prove themselves to be sustainable. Because of course, during the crisis, when many international funding and another kind of funding was coming to Prague, we knew that there would be this problem with funding a lot of projects and the next year running out of funding. And that's something we know from abroad. We didn't have to experience ourselves. So since the very beginning, we've spoken to Prague City Hall representatives, with the politicians, and we tried to involve them also in terms of the way how we actually deal with the crisis. So we decided to increase staff capacity. Maria was showing this organigram of the municipality. When you speak about Prague municipality, Prague City Hall, there is 2,500 employees working within the council. And in 2022, there were extra 32 people coming only for the Ukrainian refugee crisis. But those were project-based positions. And they also ended in 2023 when the UNICEF funding finished. So at the very beginning, we tried to say to Prague representatives, you have to keep at least some number of staff working for the municipality, because there are more people coming, they would stay here, and you need to integrate even your own system as a municipality. Another thing was Prague decided to increase municipal funding for integration. At the very beginning, every year, there was 166,000 euros that was allocated for the topic of integration. And since 2023, Prague City Hall decided to allocate 850,000 euros per year for the topic of integration. Aside of that, I was talking about this crisis budget. So from this crisis budget, another 800,000 euros was dedicated only to Ukrainian refugee crisis. And that is something for every year. We have a special funding for Ukrainian refugees and special funding for integration of foreigners. And the long-term aim is to combine all of those money together to actually not being able to divide who is who, whether you're a refugee or people of a migrant background. But that's some of the steps we are in the middle. And then there were some project activities that were established. And I've chosen, for example, preparatory classes for non-native children. We call it a year zero. There's a big problem with children dropping out of school or limited capacities at schools. So many children are not at school at all, especially teenagers, because high school capacities are very limited, very shrinked, and there's a long-term systematic problem with being able to put children to school. So we wanted to support all of those refugee children through the year zero. That's something what I've seen in Berlin when we went there for exchange to study good examples of integration process. And what we see was a really comprehensive system of language support of children who actually study for whole year language and other subjects, and then they're ready to go to schools without language problems. That's something that we used in terms of Prague as well. Unfortunately, we're not able to expand that offer for all children with different mother language. Still, that is something that is like ahead of us. We're able to do it for Ukrainian refugees children. We're not able to do it for other children with migrant origin. That's another aim what we want to do next year.
Getty, 3-4 minutes if possible. I don't want you to.
I will try.
Thank you.
Yeah. From temporary solutions and fragile stability to sustainability. One of the biggest outcomes of this crisis, what we learned was that we established this regional coordination structure. That is something that started because of UNICEF, continued because Prague City Hall wanted to keep this regional coordination structure after UNICEF left the Czech Republic. And since 2026, those positions are not project-based, but they are fully integrated within the municipality of Prague. We are talking about 6 people nowadays, 6 people full-time on 4 departments of Prague City Hall. We are talking about Department of Social Affairs, Department of Healthcare, Department of Education, and Department of National Minorities and Integration. I think that's one of this, from a perspective of public governance, this was the highlight. This was the outcome of crisis. Another systematic change was this funding increase for integration. So we managed to expand the money that we support for integrations. And the third one I put is strengthening the advocacy of regions. I was explaining this semi-independency role of Prague as a region. And there is a big division between the political power and between the officers' power. Sometimes the experts or people working in the Prague City Hall are not really aligned with the political representatives. And I think on the topic of this Ukrainian crisis, that's something that we managed to put together, that nowadays more than ever, the politicians are in charge of particular topics. They're responsible for the topics. And we managed to connect them with NGO sectors, with experts, with academics. And we moved to participative approach. That is also something very new for Czech Republic. We're not used to do it. Okay, next one. Yes, thank you. That's my favorite word, mainstreaming of the agenda. And you were speaking about that, I think, Rachel, when she was actually showing what resilient cities are. We're also trying in Prague, in the field of integration, in the field of Ukrainian refugees, we're trying to mainstream the agenda. We're trying to say not only refugees or people with migrant backgrounds are so-called target group, but also they are represented in each and every target group. We are talking about children, we are talking about elderly people, we are talking about people with disabilities, and you can find refugees or people with migrant background in all of those categories, which the Prague City Hall always thinks according to different departments. So we are trying to say, let's mainstream the agenda. It will be easier for all of us. Let's think about the special needs of those groups, but also like put them cross-sectorially into the local, regional politics. Very important thing, we had to strengthen the support of Prague city districts. I was talking about those 22 mayors. There are some incentives for them, but nobody really tells them how to collaborate on integration. Nobody tells them how to do database approach. What are the needs of those inhabitants of that particular Prague city district? So this is something I, with my colleagues, are trying to do, like a methodical support in terms of integration, in terms of the needs of the people and that particular city districts. Because, as I said, no quotes, for people can move anywhere they want around Prague, and there are different areas with different needs also. Okay, next one, because I know we are short on time, sorry. Yes, these are some outcomes. I didn't speak much about civil society organizations, but actually that's one of the keystones we collaborate with. I always say, me as a regional coordinator, I am just a bridge between the experts, between the CSOs and the politicians. And we try to create tables where we come together into shared solutions, shared long-term strategies, and etc. And this is something I think for the future is going to be really needed, because there is a new national government in the Czech Republic, and it's very much following the Hungarian and other authoritarian regimes, and we can actually see it. So nowadays, from a national level, there are many changes. They're trying to disconnect NGO sector from national funding, and more competencies fell onto the regions. So this is something we really try to build on, because this resiliency, it doesn't, and that's something what we understood from the crisis. The resilient city is not happening in terms of crisis. You have to have long-term trust, long-term collaboration, and this participative approach. That's something that we make sure not only people with migrant background or refugees can speak and can have a voice, but we have to speak to everybody, actually to all actors and representatives, to give them space to be heard. And I think that's something what we try to do as a regional coordination for refugees and integration, but also with other departments, because they're specialists who are focusing on this mainstreaming agenda. So if we're talking about agenda of social affairs, there is a person that makes sure this mainstreaming of the agenda is accessible also for other groups, other inhabitants of Prague. And I believe that's more or less it. But I'd be happy for your questions if you have some. Thank you.
Thank you, Getty. That was brilliant and equally detailed. No, I think we got two very analytical, detailed accounts of how cities have adapted and how trying to become more proactive. And in Getty's presentation, we also heard about funding, an important element, what happens when UNICEF goes away, and governance problems with well, that's another element of resilience, no? hostile environments at national level. So I hope you have questions now to these two speakers of ours. I think we can run a little bit over time and stop at around 12:05. So please put your questions into the chat box or just open your microphone and speak to them directly.
Jack, I think we had already previous questions.
Oh.
For example, by Katie.
The one about homelessness. I think you answered
no,
this
some
one
more
already.
if you would like to run through it.
There is something about a leaflet that carry us, the leaflets used in Munich as part of your communication strategy. That's maybe not something we need to answer now, but that you can maybe share with us if you have that.
There's one from Maria Marangoni about
yes.
the letters and leaflets.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was you, Carrie. And the question here is, do you get a good rate of people communicating back and forth? Is there good attendance in the open house events? So what's kind of the public reaction in Munich to these open house events that you're organizing and all of your community organizations related to opening new accommodation facilities? Maybe we can take that first. And in the meantime, you can think of other questions.
Okay, the answer to the open house events. It's actually very good responded. Of course, it varies from side to side, but in general, on average, I would say it's very, very popular and many people are attending. And to me, a bit of surprising, it's in particular in those spots where we received a lot of criticism and fears and letters, people are coming to the open event. And it applies, by the way, for refugee shelters as well as for shelters for homeless people. We both, when one building is opened, we invite the neighborhood. And normally there are, of course, people criticizing, but that's the point, to talk to them, to give them a bit more of information, so the arguments and the rhetorics are not anymore that easy to carry on. And we have there also those people from the welfare organizations who are in charge of counseling and cooperating the volunteers, and so they get a first point of contact, and we advise the people if there's any trouble or anything, they should directly contact those people in the facilities and speak and talk to them and solve the problems. And if this is not possible, then of course we can interfere and help in the administration.
One of the many, talking about housing, one of the innovations in 2022 were that many cities experimented with citizen-hosted accommodation. Has this form of, what were your experiences in the two cities with this form of accommodation? Has it made it into something that you consider also for future arrivals to your cities?
If I may,
yes.
I was not talking about accommodation or housing, because that's one of the biggest problems the Czech Republic has, especially Prague. To be able to buy an apartment nowadays in Prague, you need 180 salaries to be actually able to buy an apartment. So that's a big problem. And of course, when it comes to housing, we're not really good. And I'm ashamed of that. But that's the truth. During the crisis, coordination management, as I was saying, in 2022 and 23, because it was activated, the system, the accommodation was also provided by the state authorities. So basically the state was paying money to private owners of houses, and there was a huge wave of volunteers, households who were offering accommodation for refugees from Ukraine. And on a monthly basis, the state was paying money to those households and to those private owners of refugees. But that was time limited. And in 2023, there was a national decision, and they changed the law. We call it Lex Ukraine. That's especially for that's a national implementation of this European regulation. And they changed the law, saying that after 90 days of this state-funded accommodation, those people have to find accommodation on their own based on a commercial prices. So what happened? Naturally, people started to move all around Czech Republic, and they started to move to some regions, to some cities, different ones, and most often the accommodation is provided together with the job. So when they get a job, most of the time in factories, they are provided the accommodation. But of course, we are talking about a violation of the working rights and violations of housing rights at the same time. So that's something we're not able to solve systematically. And at the same time, a couple of months ago, there was a new national law saying, okay, the Czech Republic has to systematically solve this housing crisis, but the politicians and the national representatives forgotten to include people of migrant background to that bill. So everybody who is migrant, refugee, or coming from abroad cannot actually ask the state support in terms of housing. So we have a lot of people dropping out of this system.
Thank you, Getty. Maria, would you like to comment on this?
Yes. It's as complex as in Prague, in Munich. So, of course, we have the same situation, very tight housing market. No need to mention. We have, I mentioned it during the presentation, a small non-profit organization which sort of offers housing to refugees. And then we have another NGO who sort of does the contracting, so that the people who are renting flats and apartments feel more safe and don't have the fears of not getting their rent. But that's only minor part of it. In general, it's very complex because, of course, asylum seekers are not allowed to take their flats on their own. They are supposed to stay in those specifically designed facilities. And the Ukrainians, on the other hand, so far had the opportunity to find their own flats, and they were supported within the social benefits. So all the rent was taken over if it was to a certain threshold, which showed it was very effective and efficient, I think. But that's something which now the state government anyway thinks to change for whatever reason, because they need to go now back to the normal regular asylum law, which doesn't provide for private flats and for the financing of private flats within the social benefit law.
Thank you, Maria. There's one last question from Carrie asking Getty about the work you do with politicians, to help them understand the needs for long-term approaches, long-term thinking, coordination. How concretely are you supporting them to learn these things, she asks, and how well is it successful?
Well, I think it's a lot of strategic communication, because I was talking about different fields and integration being a cross-sectorial topic. So what we do usually is we really much observe each and every political party and their priorities, and each and every political who is in charge of a particular agenda. And then we come to those politicians saying, what are the risks? Because the national government is not doing enough, which is true, and puts all of the responsibility on the regional level. So we we try to explain what are the risks in terms of not doing anything, but then at the same time we bring them solutions. And usually what works is we give them 3 options: option A, option B, option C. They can choose, which is something they like very much because they don't have to think about the solutions, they already have them. And then of course they have to take it for granted. They have to earn this public or how you call it, the appreciation for those decisions, which also the light goes on those politicians that, wow, have a look on them. They're such a good humanitarian or human rights politicians because they do this. They care about the refugees. And that's something we do really invisibly. So that's one aspect of this advocacy work. And then another thing, and that's something I've learned in Sweden when I went to observe how Sweden, Göteborg, is actually working on with people of migrant background and integration, is this kind of building of municipal identity. So we try to really support this identity feeling. Well, look, I live in Prague, that's who I am. So that's one level of identity. So everybody can recall that city identity. And everybody loves Prague, who lives here, also the politicians. So we try to bring those topics to them. Yeah, it depends, really. One politician is another from each other. Yeah, so it's like
Thank you. Thank you, Getty. That already hints to our communication workshop in the afternoon. And also, you both mentioned the importance of cooperation with civil society, and this directs us to what will happen after the break. We're going to look a bit closer at this topic. But now, thanks again, Maria and Getty, for your excellent presentations, which were super insightful. And now we have all deserved a break. We will come back here at 1:30.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch break. It was a nice long one, but we had a great morning, so I think it was well deserved. The next session here explores a question that's really at the heart of resilient cities. How do we move beyond working in silos to build services and governance and partnerships that are coordinated and participatory and responsive to the people that they serve? And working with civil society organisations are really at the heart of this. And this morning, we were very privileged to hear from Glasgow and Munich and Prague about how indispensable these partnerships are in their own work in lots of different respects. We're very fortunate to hear from 2 complementary perspectives today. We have Nick Dreher, who's going to kick us off in a moment, and Adler Shashati. Nick's perspective is more grounded in research, but research that's been kind of based on a broad brush look at city experiences, and Adler, of course, which is much more grounded in community participation and engagement and how to bring that kind of voice to enrich policymaking. I'm going to pass on to Nick. We have to give him a very special thank you because he's joining us from Toronto, where it's very early in the morning. It's 7:30 a.m. So thank you, Nick, for joining us. Nick is a researcher with SoliCity, an international partnership project that's based at Toronto Metropolitan University. And over to you, Nick. I think you're going to manage your own presentation, aren't you?
Yes, I'll manage the presentation. I'll get that set up now, and it's a pleasure to be here. No worries at all about the time. It's nice to start the day doing something interesting and exciting like this. So let me just get the slides up. Okay, and let me know if you can see those okay.
Yeah. Great.
Okay, and then I will, go ahead and get started and try to keep on time. But yeah, I wanted to start just with a thank you to the organizing team from CONSOLIDATE, in particular Rachel and Alexandra, for the invitation to speak and coordinating beforehand. And as Rachel said, I'm here in Toronto, Canada, so good morning from my side. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join you for the first half of the day. Briefly, just to begin, my name is Nick Dreyer. I'm a PhD candidate at Toronto Metropolitan University. My research focuses on urban responses to migration and refugee protection in various regional contexts, including Europe, but I also have done work in North America, Latin America, and South Africa as well. As I said, it's an honor to be here, despite the early hour. So as an academic researcher, sometimes the work that we do is, it can feel slow or removed from the lived reality of migration and migrants. And so speaking to a community of practitioners and sharing some of the insights from my research and being part of this discussion is really a privilege. Happy to be here. As Rachel also mentioned, I am a researcher with SOLICITY. So it's an international research network of scholars and practitioner organizations focused on producing and sharing knowledge around how cities accommodate precarious migrants and refugees. The network includes partners across Africa, Europe, North America, Latin America, and Asia as well. So it brings a global perspective to some of the issues in the conversation that we're talking about in European cities today. Just let me know, you can see the second slide, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. So the slides are working. So I'm gonna talk for the next 20 minutes or so about work that draws on a paper that I co-authored with Dr. Harold Bowder, published earlier this year in the journal Cities. You can access it with the QR code, but I know the team is also going to share it in the chat and in some of the follow-up documents as well. I'm also happy to share the slides with the audience afterward too. So the research that I'm talking about is a collaboration between SOLICITY and Moving Cities, which is a Berlin-based organization that has documented progressive migration policies across Europe. Dr. Bowder and I conducted a meta-synthesis of Moving Cities data across 28 European cities, focused on understanding the processes and practices that characterize cities that are doing this work well. Today, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the research and its findings, but I'll spend most of my time talking about two different case studies from the sample of 28, Gdansk in Poland and Swansea in Wales. And I'll talk about those to illustrate key findings around collaborative approaches between municipalities and civil society. So just to start a little bit more on Moving Cities and the background for the research. So Moving Cities was initiated in Berlin in 2019 as a coalition of activists and civil society researchers. They received funding from various foundations, including Robert Bosch. The starting point of their work was a broad scan that identified 781 cities across Europe actively engaged in solidarity-based migration policy, whether it was campaigns or being participants in city networks. And from that large scan, they selected initially 28 and now 30 cities that were recognized as models or leaders. And for each of those cities, they produced a detailed profile. And those reports are available online, and they form the basis of the analysis that I'm speaking to today. So in our own paper, we looked at those 28 different reports and data on the 28 different cities and coded around 600 data points and distilled it into 3 different overarching themes. The research that I'm presenting is distinctive from other research that's out there in both the scale. So looking at 28 cities across Europe in more than 10 different countries is one of the largest comparative studies of its kind to date. And also the question is somewhat distinctive. So there's other research out there that's really great that I'd be happy to recommend later that asks questions like why cities adopt solidarity policies and which specific policies they choose to adopt. The question that we asked looks specifically at the characteristics and the practices on the ground, how cities that are doing this well go about their work. So I want to get into the findings now. So as I said, there were 3 overarching themes that our paper talks about: the role of empowered municipal agents, collaborative approaches, and integrated frameworks. And each of these cut across the very different cities and different national contexts in our sample. Today, I'm going to talk about the collaborative approaches, which ties to the theme of the training. So basically, none of the solidarity policies that we looked at were developed or implemented by municipalities acting alone. They drew on 3 different types of collaboration: collaboration with civil society, with different regional actors, and through city networks. And I'll focus on the first of those today. So just kind of overview, across the 28 cities, civil society emerged as the primary partner and usually the leader on migration initiatives. Collaboration shows up at both ends of the policy process, in the development of policies and also in implementation, how they're delivered. And in our findings, we saw that municipalities tend to play one of 2 roles, or sometimes both roles. First, as a funder to civil society organizations delivering services or programs, and second, as a facilitator, providing support while allowing civil society to lead initiatives. So both case studies that I'm going to discuss illustrate these dynamics in different ways. So first, I'll take us all to Gdansk, Poland. Gdansk is a port city in Poland on the Baltic coast with a population of around 470,000. It's a city that's identity is rooted in solidarity and social justice. It's the birthplace, apologies for not being able to pronounce any of the Polish words, but birthplace of the Solidarność movement, which is a 1980s movement that demanded workers' rights and democratic freedoms, played a central role in ending communist rule in Poland. And that identity is consciously drawn on in the city and how it frames its relationship to migrants and refugees as well. So for example, since 2017, the city has had an ongoing civic campaign called United by Gdansk, whose motto speaks to difference and belonging. Another central part of the Gdansk story is its former mayor, Paweł Adamowicz, who led the city from 1998 until his assassination in 2019. In 2015, he was one of the very few Polish politicians to publicly advocate for accepting refugees at a moment when the national government was moving sharply in the opposite direction. His personal involvement was a catalyst for a lot of the activities that happened in the city that I'll discuss next. And his successor has continued with his work on migration policies. The national context is also worth noting. In 2015, the Law and Justice Party came in power, partly on an anti-immigration agenda, and the following year they canceled the country's national migration strategy and they didn't replace it. So for about 10 years, Poland had no national integration framework, and cities like Gdansk were developing their approaches in that policy vacuum. So what I want to talk about from Gdansk today is the immigration integration model, or the IIM. It's the kind of framework for everything that happens in Gdansk around migration policy, and it's best understood as a whole of government integration tool. So its goal is not to create a single migration office or a program, but to embed migrant integration across every relevant department and service in the city. It coordinates activities across 8 different areas, and you can see them there. In practice, this means that every part of the municipal administration that touches any areas any of these areas is expected to consider the needs of migrants and refugees as part of its work. So there are 2 key features that I want to highlight for how this policy is institutionalized. First is in training. So all city officials are required to complete training on integration and equality as part of their civil service preparatory program. And this applies across all departments, not just staff in a specific migration unit. There are also 2 dedicated inspector positions that were created to implement the IIM and introduce migrant perspective into the work of individual municipal units. The second is the reach. So the IIM has become a model beyond Gdansk. It's now considered good practice for other Polish municipalities. And in 2020, the Gdansk metropolitan area introduced it as a minimum standard of integration across the region that was based on this policy. So it's led to the creation of a regional framework that's one of the first of its kind in Poland. What's particularly interesting, I think, for the collaborative process or the collaboration between civil society and municipalities that we're talking about today is the process to getting to the IIM. Because the initiative, for a variety of reasons. So first of all, the initiative didn't come from City Hall initially. It was brought to the municipality by a civil society organization, the Center for Supporting Immigrants. And it was who identified that this was a need, and they developed the proposal. And then Mayor Adamovich personally endorsed and gave political momentum and institutional backing to this idea. So between May of 2015 and June 2016, a task force ran that had approximately 150 people from over 70 local institutions and organizations. And these included city officials, practitioners, NGOs, academics, universities, neighborhood centers, and migrants themselves. The process included all of these people, and it moved through an assessment. It had various working groups, a steering committee, and migrant consultation. And it also included training along the way on various topics, including multiculturalism, immigration policy, inclusive cities, and was followed by 6 months of public consultation before the IIM was formally adopted. And then there's also an important international learning dimension here that's worth noting. It brings us back to the training today. So during this time, Gdansk participated in Eurocities Integrating Cities mentoring program, and was mentored by Barcelona, Ghent, and even Migration Work. And so that's a direct example of cities learning from each other to kind of put that into policy. So one outcome of the process was also the establishment of the Immigrants Council of Gdansk, which is a consultative body of 16 elected members with direct migration experience, and they advise the mayor on any migration and refugee policy. So that's what we talk about in the Moving Cities data. Kind of a little bit more of a recent update is where Gdansk is today. So on the positive side of things, it seems that the model has proven resilient. With the new mayor, there's a continuation of the policy, and it appears to continue.
And we have a total of 12 people here. Great. Thank you for joining us, Javier. I am going to start immediately with setting us up here, and then we're going to hear from Javier in Fuenlabrada what they are doing on our topic, which is communication. So, well, there's still some people joining, I think. Let me just share a few slides. Oops. Green window at top. Window. Here we go. What I wanted to show you is this. Can you see the slides? No?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. So here we are again, the already familiar faces, Rachel and I, moderating this session, and our speaker, Javier from Fuenlabrada in Spain. We told you before that in these two breakout sessions. We're going to look at particularly tricky issues, complex issues, and we have seen that they were already addressed in the morning session and also a bit in the first afternoon session. And just to set us up a little bit, you may disagree with using the word resilience, and I do slightly disagree with this in the context of migration. Resilience is about bouncing back from a shock, no? And that kind of clashes a little bit with the idea of migration being a normality, no? Not a shock. So it's kind of a human constant. So cities should be able to deal with this. But in communication, we're actually witnessing something like a shock that we have to bounce back from, and have to be prepared to respond to, namely the organized production of hate speech and misinformation, undermining social trust. So this is a bit kind of the elephant in the room here for this workshop that you all have present, obviously. So how can we communicate about migration in this particular context? And I just wanted to set us up a bit of a few findings from research. There's been a lot of research produced about our topic. So it is absolutely established, we can say, that online hate leads to offline hate. Now, there are really a lot of interesting studies making this correlation. You cannot say, oh, well, that's happening in the social networks, but it doesn't affect our cities. No, that's not true. A second one is that a second interesting finding for us here is that we have something like, a hate speech industry that is very well connected. It's not necessarily a lot of people, but well-organized people who spread hate and misinformation. And this spreads relatively fast and does not really correspond to the social weight of people having a certain anti-migrant position. No, so we need to really focus on the silent majority that is not represented here. And a third interesting thing is that social media are used to coordinate anti-migrant riots. No, there's a lot of interesting stuff being done on the 2024 UK city riots after the Southport stabbings, which shows how there are very local networks that have done this mobilization, and at the same time they have been amplified by international far-right kind of portals and networks. And here, to end this little introduction, kind of a few do's and don'ts, where we've tried to summarize a little bit of what we can see in research, on communication on migration, kind of policy-oriented research. And we will later see that in Fuenlabrada, they're doing a lot of these things. First one is pretty clear: don't ignore migration. You cannot pretend that there is no communication about migration, but that doesn't mean that you need to replicate it. But an interesting way to communicate on migration is to bring to anchor this in your local identity and locally grounded narratives, not just speaking about newcomers and migrants, but about shared values that address the whole population. And I think that's a bit what we discussed in the first section today, to have kind of an inclusive way of addressing everybody, including migrants, based on common values. And then the importance of narratives that are also appealing to emotions, that combine personal stories with facts. Facts alone are not good enough to counter misinformation on migration. And the work with trusted messengers, employers, teachers, football coaches, and so on. So these are kind of the lessons that we can find in research. And maybe, Rachel, you had a little summary of how the different speakers today were also referring to communications, what their lessons learned were.
Yeah, I'm
You want to
conscious
chip
that
in?
not everyone was in this morning's sessions, but Glasgow, Suzanne from Glasgow and Maria from Munich both spoke about the importance of listening and engaging to people's concerns. Suzanne talking about democratic resilience. So that ties into the point you just made, Dirk. The idea of city identity or identity and building on that and common values, I think was mentioned by Getty from Prague, but also Nick, who spoke about this United by Gdansk message that they had. The idea of the hyperlocal came up. I can't remember who mentioned that, but somebody mentioned the importance of the hyperlocal. So issues that are really quite local, but often disconnected from city representatives and politicians. And of course, Adler talked about those people who are institutionally invisible. Again, these are all hyperlocal aspects and things that might not be connected to the city level. And also the importance of political consensus. Glasgow spoke about that, how important that is. And I guess that connects to political leadership as well, with, you know, when we're talking about communicating and our communication efforts. So I just wanted to quickly mention some of the things, pull out some of the things that people had mentioned in their earlier presentations, because I know Javier wasn't with us during those. So I think we can move on to hearing from Javier.
Great. Yes, let's hear from Javier. Javier has a degree in economics from the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid, but also an MA in international business from Grenoble École de Management and Development Economics, also from Madrid. He's born in Madrid, comes from a family with Bubi background from the Bioko Island in Equatorial Guinea, and is the president of the local Bubi Social Cultural Association, right? You're still the president?
Not anymore,
Well,
but...
Okay, he was the president. And in that role, he was part, that's very important for our topic, of the Fuenlabrada's Table for Coexistence, or Board for Coexistence, a civil society body that expresses this partnership between the city and civil society on migration, intercultural relations that we were talking about in the last session, and also a member of the LGBT association Fuenla Entiende. But now he made this step 3 years ago to the city council. He's city councillor for the Spanish Workers' Party. He was first responsible for citizen participation and cooperation, and now, a year ago, he became councillor for economic development, employment, and cooperation. And we have heard him speak before on our topic today, and we know that he's a very inspiring speaker. So I will stop now and hand over to Javier to speak about Fuenlabrada. Thanks a lot for joining us today, Javier.
Thank you very much, Dirk. Thank you very much for your presentation and your introduction. I feel honored to be here with you this morning, this afternoon. And thank you to the cities participating in the CONSOLIDATE Integrating Cities program and also project, and also all the people from the Eurocities, migration work, the European Network of Migrant Women, and all the people participating here today, this morning. As Derek mentioned earlier, I was born in Madrid, and in 1999, when I was 4 years old, I moved to Fuenlabrada with my parents and my sister. My parents who came from the Bioko Island in Equatorial Guinea. And at that time, when in 1989, Fuenlabrada was growing very, very, very fast. It was built by families just like mine, who arrived with the hopes for a better future. And I grew up witnessing a city that was being built almost from scratch. Grew from 7,000 inhabitants in 1970. So we're talking about 1970, it had 7,000 inhabitants, up to almost 200,000 inhabitants today. So that's a really, really big growth. So how did it get from 7,000 inhabitants to almost 200,000 inhabitants in such a short period of time? Well, it was due to this phenomenon, that are called a rural push, which is, as you may know, Fuenlabrada, I'm going to make a little parenthesis here. Fuenlabrada is 18 kilometers away from Madrid. And this rural push, what it did is because this growth of productivity in the rural areas pushed people from rural areas from Andalusia, Extremadura, Castilla-La Mancha, and Galicia, which are other areas from Spain, to Madrid. But at the same time, Madrid was crowded and expensive, and these people coming from these rural areas couldn't afford to live in the city center. So they moved to this dormitory city, 18 kilometers away from Madrid, and they started a life there. Imagine, right? A city that was really small, it was all mud, there was no infrastructures, there were not transport, there were not health centers, there were nothing, just mud. And this was the 70s. So the people, once they were in Fuenlabrada, they did something that was very special. People coming from Andalusia, Extremadura, Castilla-La Mancha, they got together and they organized into civic society organizations. So they did something that is very special. I believe it's very special, that is called regional houses. So there is the Extremadura regional house, the Andalusian regional house, the Castilla-La Mancha regional house, and the Galician regional house. What they do there is to get together, to do the dances, the food, and the events, so that they could, well, feel closer to the lands they left behind. And they also organize into neighborhood associations in each district to ensure basic needs of neighbors. There is 6 districts in Fuenlabrada, and there is 14 neighborhood associations. They are quite big. And it turned out to be a good call, as local governments always, well, seeing, this organized group, they decided to work together with its associations in a co-governed city way before this concept was a concept, actually. So that's why the same party has been in power since 1981. So it's since basically the democracy in Spain, the same party has been in power, because neighbors and especially civil society feels that this government represents the will of the city. So from 1990 to 2010, there was this second population change happening. So most people now at this moment, well, in 1990, especially, the population of Fuenlabrada was 140,000 inhabitants, okay? So from 1990 to 2010, this second population change happened, and most people were coming from other countries at this time. Romania, which is the first nationality, besides the Spanish nationality in Fuenlabrada, but also Morocco, Nigeria, China, Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Equatorial Guinea, which is where my parents are from. So up to 14% of migrant neighbors, we had up to 14% of migrant neighbors until 2020. So I have to stop here to do a quick reminder of theoretically the three different approaches in cultural diversity management. I'm sure that this morning you mentioned that, but there is this assimilationism, this model of exclusion. Okay, I am going to be very, very brief in this part. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? So just leave your veil behind and leave your traditions. You are in, here. So do as Romans do. There is the multiculturalism. This is the tolerance. Identify different groups. You accept them. Not that you are gonna melt with them, but you accept them. And there is the interculturalism, right? The inclusion way. Which comes from sharing. So when you share, there is sometimes, some frictions, but you are sharing, that is from the three of them. I believe this is the one, right? So continuing with what we were discussing, what did the local authorities do with the arrival of 1,000 of people from other countries? So they did something that is interesting. So they encouraged them to create civic associations so that they could have representation. So as this representation would be there, they wanted them to be there, to be present, to be part of what was going on in the city, and to have this citizen participation and co-governance as well, right? Because that would be a good way to know what they want, what they need, what are their needs, who they are, and to have them present in the city. And this is quite counterintuitive, right? Normally, but this is the Fuenlabranian way. And I have to be being fair. This good practice, this best practice, was kind of encouraged by the way and by the experience of having people from so many different places. So, okay, we were lucky. Let's put it that way. We knew how it was done before, and it worked, and we were lucky at this stage. But this is where the first rule, because the do's and don'ts that Dirk mentioned earlier, which I would call I don't know if they are 5, 6, or 7 rules, because they are very, 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 it's a very good rule. Don't ignore migration, be proactive. So if there is 1,000 of people coming to a city with 1,000 of people, so you have to address that, right? And so we were lucky, but we were addressing that. We were anticipating that. And then we started to work on multiculturalism. Let's put it that way. There was no, diversity management method at that stage, because that was a new phenomenon. So we started to work on multiculturalism, making sure that all the nationalities were represented. And there is this funny story I like to tell. I don't know, I don't have much time, but I'm not gonna. But is that in 1994 I was 9. I remember people coming from the social welfare area, from the city hall, directly asking my parents if they were participating on associations. So my parents said, we got an association, we're part of an association of people from the Bubi heritage in Equatorial Guinea, but we are in Madrid. Well, they were so persistent, I'm going to be honest, that 3 years later, the headquarters, or not the headquarters, the office of this association moved to Fuenlabrada. They wouldn't stop until the Bubi Cultural Association was in Fuenlabrada. So in 1996, the Bubi Cultural Association was in Fuenlabrada. So most migrant associations were created between 1997 to 2007, and this wasn't good enough. In 2004, a neighborhood association and a migrant association, which is what is the name? Islamic Cultural Center is called, a neighborhood association. They they realized there was a need to create a space where all the different cultures of the city were present and share the cultural diversity of the city. They didn't have any entity whatsoever. They started to create events such as fairs, parades, and little events where there was food of different countries and dances of different, once a year and then twice a year, and then more entities joined. And in 2015, the Table for the Coexistence was officially created. In Javier Ayala, the current mayor of Fuenlabrada since 2018, personally encouraged this organization to register, to create a project and a program of activities so that the local government could subsidize this entity. So he was very pro Table for the Coexistence, and something actually happened in 2018, which was the Milma project started, which is an UIA project which was funded with 4.5 million of euros. But the mayor wanted something more. He wanted the Table for the Coexistence working as the cultural diversity management tool of the city, so that they could promote the cultural diversity management model of the city, which is interculturality. So we tried to do that because at that moment I was already in the Table for the Coexistence. In 2020, the pandemic came. So we were going to have for the first time this subsidy, and we couldn't because we had to reject the funds because we thought that they would have a better use if the government, of the local government, used that to unemployment was skyrocketing. People with bad economic situations were really struggling. The social welfare area was collapsing. And the mayor, when we said we were going to reject the funds, the mayor said, okay, then what is it you're going to do? And that was a really important question. And we came up with an idea, which I will explain later. So the second rule, one of the 7 rules Dirk mentioned earlier, which is don't just talk about migrants, but focus on the whole community being inclusive, right? The Table for the Coexistence is now formed by 40 organizations, from which 25% of them are migrant associations, which they are clearly overrepresented. But they are not only migrant associations. There is the whole community, which is a cross-sectional reality of the city, working towards this cultural diversity management. So this is key, because it's not only a narrative for the migrants working for the migrants. It's the whole community, representative of the whole city, and civil society leaders working for the whole community. As a cross-sectional tool and the biggest and most relevant citizen participation platform, the Table for the Coexistence, together with the coalition of the 14 neighborhood associations as well, which is called Claves of Fuenlabrada, in 2020, just the year they were going to have the first subsidy, and they had to reject that subsidy because everything was falling apart with the pandemic situation. The Table for the Coexistence led it and paved the way to found the Fuenlabrada Solidarity Network. which joined the Youth Council, the Federation of Parent-Teacher Associations from schools, together with local volunteers. And this Solidarity Network, this is the response to the measures, how do you say? Let's put it that way. The major challenge, the Table for the Coexistence, and the Table for the Coexistence took the bet. You know, they said that, okay, we're gonna, if you want us to do something, we will do. And they came across with this idea of creating this Fuenlabrada Solidarity Network, and this CLAVES, the coalition of 14 neighborhood associations joined, and the Youth Council joined, and the Federation of Parent of Teacher joined, and volunteers joined. And this Solidarity Network aimed at the beginning at collecting non-perishable food to the local charity meals programs, so that they could, you know, help. From then onwards, at every major catastrophic or emergency events, the network has been activating to respond to local, national, and even international emergencies, which also leads to this: be prepared for emergencies, right? Be prepared. Whenever something happens in Fuenlabrada, whenever there is a challenge that links to migration, or the local government has to make a decision about something that has to do with migration, the Table for the Coexistence is present as well. And what about Fuenlabrada now, right? What happens in Fuenlabrada? Well, the percentage of migrant neighbors, I'm going to be very honest, has gone down from 14 to 11%, but it's been led by some other issues, such as there is a long migrants that have been living in the city for a long time have now nationalized, you know, and in the big recession, right, from 2010 to 2015, something like that, some left as well to you know, came back to their countries in Latin America. And there is something really interesting, which is despite of not having, because we refuse to use this discriminatory term of second generation migrants, there is a lot of migrants in Fuenlabrada who you know, had children of Fuenlabrada. So there is a lot of young people, or not so young like myself, that I am. I'm already, you know, in the fourth stage, that are, you know, that had parents that were born somewhere else, and you know, there is this Fuenlabrada own narrative. Young Fuenla boys and girls whose parents were born somewhere else may doubt about them being Spanish at some point, because, you know, when you see a person that is not white and you ask them, where are you from? And they tell you, oh, from Fuenla, you know, and there's like, there is this echo question, you know, that no, but where from? And then you come and say, okay, my parents were born in Ecuador. You start explaining, you know, where your parents, where did they meet? No, they met in Madrid, you know. But you may question your own, you know, you may question whether you are Spanish or not, but you are never going to question whether you are from Fuenla or not. Nobody in Fuenla is going to ask you this echo question. That doesn't happen in Fuenla, you know. And then you realize you have something Dirk mentioned earlier, your own narrative, you know. There is this Fuenla sense of belonging that is there and that is strong and is different to the national narrative. So this is something that helps. This is something that, you know, takes this discourse away, from the national and international, mainstream of hate that is going on. You are from Fuenla, period. No one is gonna question that. And we are not an island. These phenomena are there, but even the far right, they don't feel really comfortable or very strong, saying someone that feels from Fuenlabrada, you're not from here. It's really hard because they are gonna have a big reaction as well against that. So what else? There are so many things, What is happening in Fuenlabrada now? No, because there is this continuous learning process. So the table for the coexistence, the cross-sectional way of working in cultural diversity, participating in programs we've participated, such as the UIA MILMA, which was actually a first stage of this CONSOLIDATE, project. The CAMUS project we participated was a European Union. I think this was from CERV, CERV, which created a body of citizen auditors and municipal services against structural discrimination. So there was this municipal, these auditors that came from the organized civil society that would audit the municipal services to see whether there are biases, in the way they treat migration or other sort of, structural discrimination. And also the Mass Lab, which was another multi-stakeholders, migrants and stakeholders, labs for migrants and stakeholders, it's called, right? This was a really interesting project as well. So this has led the table for the coexistence to challenge their thinking. Are we working for interculturality? Actually, we are not. We are on another stage now. We are trying to transcend this interculturality. Interculturality is already going off. Now we have to work for the cultural diversity management that takes we have realized that there is this cultural hybridization already with these young or not so young people that are children of migrants, but they are fully full right citizens from Fuenlabrada, but they have this heritage as well. They don't want to left behind, and they don't want to they want to keep that heritage as well. But we are from here, and we are here. So we are going to get to cultural diversity management that is called cultural hybridization. And this is something we've learned with this continuous learning. We have an anti-rumor strategy, which is a municipal initiative, which is pioneer in Spain in 2013, whose goal is to curb prejudice and bigotry and stereotypes and hate speech. Providing tools to especially young people that are concerned about this. And they seek to promote cohesion and intercultural coexistence in the city. So we have plain labor inclusion. There is slightly higher unemployment rate in migrants, but it's funny, it's really small, and it's only due to demographic factors. So the higher percentage of migrants in working age makes that from, in 2014, the percentage of people, 2024, because we don't have the data from 2025 yet, probably in the following months. The unemployment is going down in a really fast way because Spain, at the moment is creating a lot of employment. We had 11% of unemployment in 2024, which is now 8, I think. But we had 14% of migrant unemployment. But the migrant percentage of people that are in working age is so much bigger that is the only reason that explains that difference. So there is total migrant working inclusion, total. I don't know if there is, I don't think there is economic inclusion. I think there is a gap there, but this is a really good starting point. And we are also actually challenging all the lies and all the bigotry that links migration and crime. We're challenging that in a really strong way, since despite of not having a really high percentage of migration, we have a really, really high percentage of migrant descendant people. And guess what? We are medium to low income city here in the Madrid area. It's just due to structural factors. Obviously, when you have people coming from the rural areas in the 70s with nothing, they have to start from scratch. And this is structural. We are getting there in convergence, but slowly but surely. So medium to low income, high migration rate, high to medium migration rate, and really high migrant descendant ratio. And we are the city, the national crime rate of cities over 100,000 inhabitants. We lead in lowest crime rate the whole country. We are the city of Spain with the lowest crime rate of the whole of Spain. So no Pozuelo, which has 3 times our income, no nothing. Spain is led by Fuenlabrada in terms of crime rate. So we are challenging these lies. So that's why it's really difficult to go against your neighbors just because of the color of the skin, of the where they were born, because there is no way they can do that now. So we were lucky, yes. We were blessed with the way our city was carved by migration, but we were never reactive, to be honest. So whenever there is some sort of issue related to migration, the table for the coexistence shapes the municipal response, and this is what is helping us, to be a best practice, to be honest. So I hope I didn't talk for a long time. I think I exceeded the time.
It's okay. It's okay. It was very interesting, I think. Thanks a lot, Javier, because you showed us clearly, I think, that this is not just about PR, being a clever communicator, but there's actually a substance, no? There's a substance underlying your narrative and your communication efforts, which is about the whole institutional landscape that you have created. No, you use your strategic use of EU projects and a long-term commitment really to social inclusion. And that was quite impressive. We have already a question here from Foha, I think.
Thank you so much, Javier, for the really interesting presentation. It's not so much of a question; it's more of a comment. What you said about how the second generation who are born even in Europe are asked like where your parents come from, and puts them in the position to rethink about their identities if they're growing up thinking I'm from this place because I'm born here and I grow up in this village, and suddenly you are being asked as soon as you reach the school age where actually your parents come from, kind of start like developing that identity that you're actually not from here, and you have to start thinking about that. Second, the whole situation of like having, because in every city in Europe, the population demographic is kind of changing. There are more population of migrants, refugees arriving even in small cities. But the idea of municipalities changing their approach to integrating is not changing. I mean, they know the population is changing, but they're not accepting it. That's I think, one of the issues. I mean, I kind of try to work with a small municipality where I live in Belgium, and they know that the population is changing, but yet when they are advertising for jobs, it's mostly like you have to be fluent in the language. And okay, if you want someone from migrant community to start working, of course they will be learning the language, but how will they be fluent in that language? And the same with the communication, like if you don't have someone working within the municipality, how then you communicate what you're trying to achieve with migrant communities? So everything you said was really brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Javier,
much.
before you get back, there's another question from Katarina from Eurocities, a very interesting one. How do you refer to the current regularization process in Spain? Do you communicate about this? Do you connect it to your local identity in some way?
That is really good one. Well, this I don't know if I'm going to. Well, if you need more me to be more specific, please do. Here in Fuenlabrada, the social welfare area, from the very beginning, they were the ones pushing for first to recognize this multiculturality, and then but then the citizen participation area took over. It's like, this is not only, we don't want to link social welfare to migration and to migrant descendant and to interculturality, because then it creates some sort of narrative, okay? But the social welfare area, they took over this, and they were so proactive, so explaining, and they did a meeting with the social welfare associations. Some of them are migrant associations, yes, but they did this meeting with the councillor himself, and listen, this is what is happening, this is what is required, this is what is important. So make sure you, as a civil society organizations which are in touch with the communities, make sure you spread this, so that more people take advantage of this regularization process. So that was really impressive how they did it, led by the councillor actually himself, and the whole of us, local, the local entity.
Thank you. Rachel has her.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Javier. That was a really fantastic. I've known about the fantastic work you've done in Fuenlabrada, thanks to CONSOLIDATE, but to hear it from you gave it a new level. Just an observation, really, from listening to you. I think sometimes when we come to thinking about communicating change and rapid change with our citizens, we're often looking for something of a silver bullet. Well, I am sometimes anyway, because it's such difficult work. And we can talk about campaigns. I've just posted a link to the Mayor of London's campaign. But actually, what your presentation has really reminded me, at least, is that there's no substitute for the really difficult work. Maybe it's not difficult, but for the really grassroots, community-based, bottom-up work there's no substitute for it. You can have a campaign. Lots of cities are now trying to attract skilled workers or different groups of migrants. But if these people come on a certain campaign or a certain glossy image they have of inclusion and belonging, and the reality is that they are faced with a certain hostility, exclusion, high levels of cost of living, which might mean that their salary doesn't go very far, or whatever it is. There's no substitute really for any of that, and there's no quick fixes, you know. And here, based in London, I can go 10 minutes that way and I'm right by the river where there are very exclusive properties and people are living a great life, and I can go 10 minutes that way and it's a very different story. And we have abject poverty in parts of lots of London boroughs. So thank you for that presentation, because actually it really reminds us that it's all very well talking about communication strategies and campaigns, which are all well and good, but actually if you don't do the really difficult work of solving things like exclusion and poverty, and building that sense of belonging and a strong city identity, then we're all a bit lost, really.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. These the grassroots organizations, and in a cross-sectional way, which is really important. So there is these organizations of migrant associations, but they work together with the table for the coexistence. They are the ones pushing for the change. So these activities they change the local perspective. So they are really big. They are really well known. For example, we had this intercultural event this year, and the way they presented the cultural diversity, it was so beautiful, because really the way they presented the stage. I don't know if I can. I will send Dirk the pictures probably, so that he can take a look of. And this is a lot of work, and still we are not there yet. I mean, we are working on cultural how do you call that? Hybridation, right? And yet, when we were working in the Master Lab project, people from migrant heritage who had been working in organizations they know how to participate, they want to participate, to be part of citizen participation. You need to need to know how to do it, and you need to be able to do it, right? There's three things required to participate. They have all of them three things, and you would see them in the group taking a little step back before participating. Wow. You were born here, you know how to do it, you can do it, and you still take I need to push you to participate. Wow. So we have to be working for years, and just on a sudden, one illuminate comes and tells migrants are bad, and then we are back again. It's not easy. It's like it's not gonna be delivered in a silver plate.
Thank you, Javier. Are there more questions from the audience? I mean, this is a workshop. This is about interaction. So please just open your mic if you want to say something or ask a question. Otherwise, one thing I would be interested about, you can still open your microphone, would be, there are these crisis situations. No, I think this is even called crisis communication, where something happens and the social media gets going, and some kind of nativist anti-migration networks mobilize, spreading misinformation. And sometimes that can be very local, and we have seen in particular in the UK and in Ireland how that led to massive demonstrations and actually violence, also hyper-local, do you have a mechanism, or do you have experience with this very concrete, in that case, I would say reactive communication?
Yes, this is a really good one. I remember we had something horrible in when was that? This was 2004. It was 11 of March 2004. We have a massive terrorist attack. Horrible. Was hundreds of people died in the trains in Madrid. And this was bad. I remember, and I think this is where the Table for the Coexistence started. The the Islamic Center of Fuenlabrada. They were the ones that went to the streets before. They were the ones that went to the street before, and that is when other cities and cities neighborhood associations saw the Islamic Community Center, and they were doing, who are these? Oh, what are they doing? They were here before, and they started to work together. And so something recently happened in Fuenlabrada, which was a massive mega center of under 18 migrant children with no how do you call them?
Unaccompanied
unaccompanied migrants, exactly. It was a mega center, was open in Fuenlabrada, and it created a reaction, right? And before taking any institutional response to see how, because there is this thing that sometimes is hard. It gives you more freedom on a local and regional and national. There is these different layers of institutional organization in Spain: the national, the regional, and the local, right? And sometimes there is the coordination between the three of them is not easy, right? So this was not very well communicated or coordinated. So the local institution is like, okay, we're gonna face a mega center of hundreds of unaccompanied migrants, young, and we are not going to be able to intervene there because it's not our scope. And then, but still they are going to be in the city, and then it may create some reaction because of the, obviously, you cannot lead migration to crime, but you can lead circumstances of life to crime. And or at least the perception can be there, right? And how do we work on that? Do we agree with this way of working? Do we not agree with this? We are not gonna complicate. We're gonna ask the Table for the Coexistence, which is the board of and which they lead our strategy of intercultural diversity management, which we believe is the right one, and they are going to tell us how to react, and it's the Table for the Coexistence who leads the way of this sort of things, because had some national person stab someone, which happens all the time, all the time. Most of the crimes, like, I don't know, 5 out of 6 crimes are perpetuated by nationals. Come on, So 1 out of 6 happens, and is an international person doing it, and all of a sudden, so the response has to be led by the body, and we are gonna follow, and we are gonna raise our voices because we have this, this possibility. But we're gonna make a meeting, and then we're gonna take a response. That's the way we lead with these emergencies.
Great, thank you for answering this. Are there any further questions to Javier? Because in about 3 minutes, they will bring us back to the plenary. No?
I could ask.
Go
hi,
ahead.
My name is Jenny Tahvanainen from the city of Vantaa in Finland. I was really interested about the sort of strong sentiment of Yo soy de Fuenla. Like I am from Fuenlabrada, and you know, I was born here, and this is where I grew up in. We were facing a similar situation in Vantaa with, you know, as you rightly said, not to use the term second and third generation, but it's very much in the public discourse. And then with the current political climate, you know, it is very difficult to become a Finn. And, you know, it's so restrictive, the idea of the Finnish identity, who can be a Finn. But then on a local level, in the city level, and in a very diverse city as Vantaa is, we have 30% of our population with a migrant background. So, you know, it's a far more lenient identity. And if you then go to the sort of city district level and to the neighborhoods, people very much engage with that identity. So, you know, I was wondering, like, it's a grassroots like sentiment? Has it been a public like Fuenlabrada campaign, like Yo soy de Fuenla, or, you know, how does it become visible in the city?
It's funny, right? Because you're actually giving us an idea, right? It's a campaign that is whenever the Table for the Coexistence does something, you know, for example, this Mastala project that we did, a European project, there was this girl with her veil. She's wonderful. She's really, really smart. And she was the one, you know, saying that she was Fuenlabrada as well. I am Fuenlabrada, right? And but it was some sort of how do you say, internal thing of the Table for the Coexistence. So
continued to be in place and functioning, at least as of April 2025. The Innovation in Politics Institute in 2021 concluded that the NGO base that was built through the co-creation process means implementation can continue regardless of political will and funding, although at this point that hasn't been tested because political will remains. And the model has also kind of been tested by the Ukrainian displacement. The deputy mayor in June of 2022 stated that the immigrant integration model had proved successful in supporting refugees from Ukraine. And that suggests that it has been flexible to a variety of different responses. But of course, the national context in Poland has presented significant concerns. In October 2024, Poland adopted a new migration strategy that's a direct counterpoint to the Gdansk approach. And in February 2025, they suspended the right to asylum at the Belarus border, a measure that's been condemned by various organizations, including the UNHCR and Amnesty International. Sorry? Oh. Okay.
Sorry, I think that was someone's speaker, but if you can continue next. Sorry.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no worries. All right, so then I'll just shift to Swansea right now, and just a little background on Swansea. So it's the second largest city in Wales. It's faced significant economic challenges. It's one of the more deep-rooted economic disadvantaged areas than any other local authority in Wales. And it's also been impacted by UK austerity cuts, particularly affecting the local authority's budget around issues related to social and refugee services. And at the same time, it's a city that has changed demographically. It's been a designated asylum dispersal city since 2000. So the UK government allocates asylum seekers to the city as part of its national strategy. And the non-UK born population there has nearly tripled since 2001. So Swansea sits within a multiple layers of governance. At the top layer, there's the UK government, which controls immigration and asylum entirely. and since 2012 has pursued a hostile environment policy, basically a set of measures designed to restrict access to work, housing, health, and legal support for asylum seekers. At the same time, it's part of the Wales, or the Welsh government, which it's not a perfect comparison, but it's somewhat similar to something like a German state or a Canadian province, with their own elected parliament and control over a lot of social issues, including health, education, and housing, but not anything related to immigration or asylum. And at the local level, Swansea, oops, oh, strange, my notes have stopped moving, but at the local level, Swansea's has had political continuity since 2012 with the Labour Party in charge at the local level. And in this context, so it became the UK's second city of sanctuary, which I'll talk about just now in a moment. Second, all right. So City of Sanctuary in the UK, for those that are unfamiliar with this, it's a national grassroots movement. Cities, but as well as schools, universities, and other institutions can apply for accreditation to be a city or a school of sanctuary. It's a status that is earned. It's not unilaterally declared. There are now over 125 local groups across the UK. Swansea City of Sanctuary is the local chapter. It's basically a network organization and a hub that coordinates over 100 different member organizations across the city. That includes churches, faith groups, schools, businesses, community organizations. Swansea City Council is formerly a member of the network, so it's not just an outside funder, but a participant in this network. So Swansea, as I said, was the UK's second accredited city in June 2010 after Sheffield. It was the first in Wales. So becoming accredited and gaining this status was the result of 2 years of advocacy by activists and grassroots organizations. They initially set up a steering committee, and one of the key things they did was they brought in 2 local councillors to be part of the steering committee, and these councillors lobbied the full council, and this resulted in a unanimous resolution of support. And then 2 years later, the city formally had status as a city of sanctuary. So one of the key things that Swansea City of Sanctuary, the NGO, did, and that was one of the first of its kind in the national network, was it was able to secure independent funding for 3 paid staff members through a national lottery grant in the UK. And this facilitated it developing a consistent collaboration between the city and Swansea Council. The municipality's role in this relationship has largely been as a facilitator. So the council's migration, asylum seeker, and refugee coordinator, who is a Labour councillor, is actively and directly involved in the City of Sanctuary through a working group. As you can see from the quote here, there's a working group between the City Council and the City of Sanctuary, and they work really closely together on a variety of issues, some of which I'll talk about in a moment. And just to quickly note too, that this collaboration is particularly interesting and effective because it was also pushed up to the national level. So Swansea City of Sanctuary played a key role in lobbying the Welsh government to declare itself as the first nation of sanctuary in 2019. So what does the collaboration look like in practice? 2 initiatives that I wanted to note. The first is A Better Welcome to Swansea, which is a mentoring program for newly arrived asylum seekers that grew out of City of Sanctuary movement stepping in to create an initiative after the local authority lost funding due to UK austerity cuts. So Swansea Council has supported this initiative both financially and administratively, and it's organized currently by 2 civil society organizations and receives financial support from the National Lottery and Swansea Council, among others. The program itself promotes integration between asylum seekers, refugees, and local people through mentorship. So in practice, this means there are mentorship pairs, and they do things like explaining bus routes, showing participants how to access city services, find safe places to meet, They accompany newcomers to the library, help navigate administrative procedures, and help them kind of find community and social connection. Each year, there's around 40 to 50 mentors supporting about 120 mentees. And a large number of the mentors are actually former participants in the program itself, people that had previously arrived as asylum seekers and then have come back to volunteer for the program.
Nick,
Yep.
A couple more minutes if that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'll skip the other example, but I just have I can talk about it in the Q&A as another example of this collaboration. And then I also just wanted to note a short film here that was actually produced by the kind of cultural department of the city council that talks about the Better Welcome program. And I'll share that as well in the kind of post notes if people are interested in seeing more. Reflecting on kind of what Swansea is looking like today, 15 years later, you can see that the structures, collaborative structures, have deepened in a lot of ways. So Swansea City of Sanctuary has become a registered NGO or charity, so it has legal status, greater financial independence. Swansea University has achieved University of Sanctuary status. The city earlier this year reaffirmed its commitment and status as both a city of sanctuary and a human rights city, and the Better Welcome to Swansea initiative continues. And this is happening in a complicated national and subnational context. There's the new bill last year in the UK that has concerns about it have been raised by UNHCR and the Refugee Council for it failing to create safe and legal routes to the UK. And there are some concerns at the subnational level, the Welsh level, after recent elections, about the status of the nation of sanctuary policy, and that remains unsettled. So I'll just jump then to the end and say kind of what do these two cases together and the data that we talked about throughout the paper illustrate. So first, I don't think a lot of the information that I was presented today is completely new or surprising to people in the room. But I think the important thing from the study that we put together is seeing these practices cut across 28 different cities in very different contexts, nationally and locally across Europe. And you see these patterns. And some of the patterns that we saw is this kind of path of these solidarity practices. So civil society coalitions creating key conditions on the ground, proactive mayors or political leaders seizing the moment and providing institutional backing, and then for different reasons, durable initiatives are embedded through staff and policies that outlast kind of any individual or any political party. In Gdansk and Swansea, these are illustrated a little bit differently. So in Swansea, civil society led, and the municipality embedded that relationship in its structures and the kind of civic identity of the city. In Gdansk, the municipality illustrated or institutionalized a civil society initiative across the government, and both have seemed to prove resilient until now. And yeah, I think that the kind of the key takeaway, is that moving past political will alone is a key thing for municipalities to engage in. Building, taking political will and civil society work on the ground, embedding it in structures, partnerships, and civic identity is what leads to this sustainability. And I'll kind of wrap up there just with a thank you and acknowledging that this work, again, is the result of the Sali City Partnership and collaborators with Moving Cities. Happy to answer more questions or participate in discussion. I think I'd love to hear from folks in the audience, your own experiences regarding these cooperations between cities and civil society. So thank you again. Looking forward to the chat.
No, thank you, Nick. Go reward yourself with a coffee, a top up of your coffee. So thank you for joining us so early in the morning. And thank you for sharing that level of detail, because often it's very easy to share the kind of outputs and here's what we've done, the good stuff. But actually what's really interesting to cities is where did you start from? What processes were involved? How did you get there? And you did that really well with the IAM and the City of Sanctuary, so thank you. I'm going to move straight on to Adla Shashati, who joins us from the Greek Migrant Forum. She's the director there. We had the pleasure of meeting her last year in Athens when we did the peer review visit. So I'm going to hand over to her to continue with the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's what I need to know. Okay, perfect, because I had the screen was a bit... good morning and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me here. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Adla Shashati. I am the director of the Greek Forum of Migrants. And today I would like to share some reflections about participatory governance through the experience of the migrant communities in Greece, especially in Athens. And specifically, I would like to speak about the collaboration that we have with the Migrant and Refugee Integration Council of Athens, which we call SEMP. The main message I would like to leave you today is very simple. It has to do with the fact that integration, or better as we call it, inclusion, is most successful when migrants are not seen only as beneficiaries of policies, but also as active partners in shaping these policies. So when people are given the opportunity to participate, or they are given the opportunity to contribute their knowledge, and also when they represent their communities, then integration and especially inclusion is a process that is more, it's easier for people. So before I speak about that and I share our views on the issue, I would like to tell you about some things that we are doing as Greek Forum of Migrants, and to introduce also my organization, because we don't have this ability to do that a lot. So it's a good opportunity for us to introduce such a network. So we are a migrant-led network that brings together around 44 communities in Greece. We were founded in 2002. And we continue working with the same principles, which is actually nothing about migrants without migrants. Today, the forum brings, as I told you, around 44 associations and organizations from Africa, Asia, Eastern Europe, and the Middle East. And what makes our organization unique is that the government, the governance is actually by migrants themselves. So if you will see in the next slide, this is the geographical distribution, as we call it, of our members. Our leadership and our board of directors and our office is mostly with, I think it's 99%, representatives of migrant and refugee communities. So this means that our priorities are shaped directly by the people who are affected by migration policies and integration or inclusion measures. Our work focuses on promoting equal rights, combating discrimination, supporting access to citizenship, strengthening social cohesion, and empowering communities, and of course advocating for policies and laws that support inclusion. But beyond these four strategic routes that we are taking, which is equal rights, new citizens, social cohesion, and against discrimination. Our broader goal is actually to strengthen the participation of our communities in public life. And we believe that migrants should not only be present in the society, but they should also have some type of voice when we are talking about decisions that affect their lives. So for us, this is what community-led governance means in practice. And if we go to the next slide, Alexandra, thank you so much. Before discussing about the participation and what is happening in Athens, I think that we need to understand the context in which these things are happening. So migrants in Greece, as in whole Europe, unfortunately, the last months are facing with multiple challenges. We have, especially in Greece, we have long delays in residence permit procedures. We have bureaucratic exclusion. We have lack of comprehensive integration policies. There is housing insecurity. We have a huge issue with housing. There is limited access to language learning. And of course, there is a high criminalization rate of irregular migration, mostly because of the new EU Pact and the way that this is being implemented in national laws. Today, we have hundreds of thousands of people who are waiting for residence permit renewals, which means that there are people who are many years, more than 10 years in Greece. And we have a lot of people who are also waiting for their first permits. So many migrants who are outside, who contribute to the society one way or another, every day they are remaining with what we call, and we usually say that they're institutionally invisible. This is the term that we use. So we are saying that the fact that these are the challenges now are actually creating even more challenges in local and municipality level. So going back to what our discussion is today, in terms of participatory governance, we are seeing what we think is that participatory governance actually means that people affected by policies participate in designing them, in implementing them, and also evaluating them. So in migration policy, this means that there is representation in decision-making structures, that there is consultation before these decisions are made. There is collaboration between the municipalities and the migrant communities, and that there is a dialogue instead of a top-down administration process. So Athens, for us, at least for what we have seen the last 20 years, provides one of the most important examples on this approach in Greece, of course. I'm not speaking about Europe in general, I mean in Greece, because it is the largest city. It has most of the migrants, and through the last 15 years, we have been collaborating with different municipality, with different mayors and different municipalities. If we go to the next slide, we can see some of the things that we believe that are important as examples of participatory governance in the Athens Migrant and Refugee Integration Council. So first of all, you need to know that the SEMP, as we call it, was created to establish a channel of communication between the migrant communities and the municipality of Athens. And what we have seen through this collaboration is that instead of speaking about migrants, we were called to speak on our behalf, and instead of consultation after decisions, because usually what is happening is that there is a decision that is out there, and then they just ask you, what do you think about this? Which is not the case. We need to have a consultation and then have a decision. And instead of having isolated communities, we managed to establish a dialogue with the local government. So this, for us, became a very important, this platform became a very important platform for communication. And also it became a platform where we could easily discuss about policies. Even though policies that have to do with migration in Greece are under the Ministry of Migration, we came to an understanding and we had meetings with the municipality where we actually did advocacy through the municipality about very basic needs that we had. So this is an example of why we think that it is an important platform of communication. Of course, when we are talking about participation, you can see in the next slide, we don't speak about only institutional spaces. You can also move to the next slide because it's just an introduction in the next part. So this is something that is happening not only with the monthly meetings that we have in the Migrant and Refugee Integration Council, but also through community events that we are co-organizing, through public discussions. We have cultural initiatives, we have anti-racism campaigns, and we have activities that bring people together. And some examples would be the Walk Against Discrimination that we organize every 21st of March, which is the International Day Against Racism. Integra Fest that is organized in December, which is again the International Migrant Day. We have a number of community workshops, public discussions about citizenship and rights, about new laws and residence permit, also awareness campaigns against racism and inclusion. And all these activities is not just activities that migrants go there and receive services. It's activities that we are actually co-organizing. We are participating. Sometimes we are leading, and also we are shaping the public debate. And this is why we think that this is really important. In the next slide, we see that at the same time, though, we must acknowledge that there are some limitations to this system because, for example, the creation of the Migrant Integration Council was connected to a broader vision of migrant political participation for Greece, and it was first done in 2012. At the same time, Greece introduced voting rights for certain long-term migrants, residents, migrants in local election. But this unfortunately lasted only 1 year because those provisions were later declared as unconstitutional because some people believe that migrants who live in Greece do not have the right to participate in whatever happens in the areas that they are that they have their houses or where their children go to school or where they work. And migrants actually lost the possibility of direct participation through the local voting. So the councils remained, but the voting rights did not. So this is the limitation that we have in the current system in Greece. So in the next slide, you will see we have separated what exists and what is missing. So we have, on the one hand, we have migrant communities, of course, but there is no political representation. We have consultation, but there is no decision-making power. So there are some proposals. There is civic participation, but there is no electoral participation, and we don't have voting rights. So this is the paradox that we are facing today. We know that migrants contribute economically, socially, and culturally to the city, but at the same time, their participation remains largely as a consultative body rather than a representative one. Finally, besides all this, besides this paradox and besides what is happening, there are limitations, of course, but the council, the Migrant Integration Council, still matters. And why it matters? It matters because it remains the most important structured mechanism of migrant political participation in Athens, in Greece in general, which allows communities to raise concerns, present proposals, build alliances, engage directly with the municipal authorities. Imagine that these last weeks we have discussions within the council in order to reopen the important debate, the question of local political participation and voting rights. So this is a positive development for us because we think that democratic inclusion requires more than consultation. It requires representation. And this is why we believe that it is one of the most important structures that we have in terms of advocacy, at least in local government. I'm wrapping up and concluding with this thought that when we are talking about participatory governments, it's not simply that we give migrants a seat at the table. It's about recognizing us as your neighbors, as workers, as parents, as community leaders, as active members of the city, active citizens, which who are community leaders, who can be partners in shaping the future of the cities. So the experience of Athens, I think, demonstrates both possibilities, but also some limitations around current integration and inclusion policies. And for me, the challenge of the future is quite clear. It's to move from participation without power towards participation with actual representation. And this is how I will close my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And I'm waiting for your questions if you have any in the Q&A session afterwards. Thank you very much.
Adla, thank you. That was a brilliant rundown of the work that you do and it is. You can post your questions in the chat, or you can just unmute yourself and ask either Adla or Nick any questions that you have. We've timed this nicely. We'll take a break at 2:25 because I think we only need 5 minutes to put everyone into their breakout groups. So we've got a bit of time for questions. Don't be shy. I have questions, but I'm not going to hog the chat. So please unmute yourself and ask away.
I just wanted to say again, I would be, if specific questions aren't coming up for people, I would also just be more than happy to hear reflections or folks speaking from their own experience on kind of what these cooperations look like. Or like I think we both touched on the role of these kind of immigration councils as well and what they look like in different places. So or in Greece and in Poland. So I'd be curious to hear what folks have to say.
Yeah, me too.
No one's saying anything. Any questions? My own reflection very quickly is that this sort of work is so important, but can often be really hard to do well. So your presentation, Adla, was very good and very honest, I thought, in acknowledging that it's achieved a lot, but there's still this democratic deficit, as you called it. Be interested to know if anyone else has had those experiences, or, as Nick said, any other experiences of working with immigrant councils or trying to incorporate those voices.
I could go
Yeah.
ahead, maybe.
Okay.
My name is Jenny Tahvanainen from the city of Vantaa in Finland, and I was interested to hear from Adla from the experiences in Athens. How are those initiatives then taken on board, and do you feel like, you know, they go forward then in the city council we have in our city, which is by we call it the Multicultural Advisory Board, that has elected city council members, most of them from a migrant background, and then civil servants from the city administration. And just recently we've incorporated migrant organizations in that board as well, which has been seen as a really beneficial addition to bring more voices to the board. But as well, they can, you know, make initiatives and pass them on to the council or to the civil service. But there's always the discussion that, you know, how are those then being taken on board, and do they lead to any concrete measures and actions?
It's always about the political will of the mayor, to tell you the truth, and the council. If we have certain decisions that were not that were taken on board, but again we had abstentions almost always from the far right. This was this is okay. We were expecting that, to tell you the truth. But on the other hand, it's also from the political will of the mayor. So if the mayor is not very conservative and they are open, I think that it is okay. And sometimes I'm always saying that you might not expect reactions from specific. I mean, there are civil servants that are working in the municipality that you wouldn't expect that would be open for discussion, but the truth is that sometimes people surprise you, and we have seen that also in the anti-racist, where we tried to do some type of anti-racist workshops. And it was amazing how much they have, they have collaborated with us, and how they were curious to know without any type of. We didn't expect that. We were expecting a war situation, but they surprised us. So I think that it is sometimes but mostly it has to do with the political will. So if the mayor is open, I think that you don't receive any.
Nick, did you want to add to that, or?
I mean, I kind of wanted to ask a related question to Adla, because I think this, and maybe you touched on it with this political will of the mayor, and that's one of the big, like the key things that came up in our own research, which can lead to challenges and this question around sustainability of institutions when political winds change is something I'm still trying to think through. But like one of the cases that we talk about in our own research is Valencia in Spain, and they also had this was the local council on immigration and interculturality, which was discussed as being like a very effective model. It had both migrants and civil society organizations, but it was in place when there was a progressive mayor for about maybe 8 years or so. And then in 2024, after conservative government came into power at both the city and the local level, they just got rid of the participatory councils. So I don't know if in Athens there is a kind of a mechanism to prevent that from happening. But I know there's also other questions in the hands.
Yeah, can I just take there's a question from Ruben. Maybe we can group these questions together because we're running a little short of time. We've got a question from Ruben and Joanna. So can we? I think that's Joanna. So can we take both of those questions together? Ruben first.
Mine is not a question as such, it's just a comment and an observation. Thanks to Nick and Adler for the presentations. And I just noted there from the example in Gdańsk that there was a change because of the change of the politicians. There was a change in policy and how people are being processed and how things are being looked at. What is quite interesting for me is that the city council workers actually undergo the training. But it looks like, for me, what you presented, the councillors themselves, they had a task force. Do they also undergo the training that about anti-racism? Do they undergo the same training, or is it just only for the staff that are actually working for the council? Because the mayor that was there, I think from 1998, you said, up to 2019, is the one that actually brought that up. But when there was a change in the mayor, things changed. Did they change because of the local politics or because of the national politics? I think it was the fourth bullet point for the example in Gdańsk.
Do you want to quickly answer that and then?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I can quickly answer it. Sure. So on the training, so there were two different sets of training that took place. So during the policy creation process from 2015 to 2016, everyone that was involved received a variety of different kinds of trainings on like multiculturalism, immigration policy. I'd have to look to see if actual anti-racist training was something that was included in that. But that included everyone in the policy process, including, people that are in municipal kind of council positions. For the current training, I don't recall off the top of my head if it's also the counselors. I can look that up and kind of bring it to you just now. But I guess the political change that I was referring to, there's actually been at the local level continuity, because the mayor that replaced Pavel Adamovich was kind of in the same, has maintained everything. So the political changes that they've seen are more happening at the national level. And I think, the data that I have and that I'm drawing on is, I don't have a clear picture as of yet what happened in 2025 and 2026 from this new migration strategy that Poland has passed and how that's affected things at the local level.
Panos, sorry, I called you Joanna before, but Panos, you have a minute. I'm sorry, but please jump in.
Hi, obviously I'm not Joanna, but yes, I'm Panagiotis from the municipality of Athens. Fully aligned with what Adla described before. Just to give, let's say, not a description, just to say that, okay, we have an institution which is the Migrant Integration and Refugee Council here in Greece, and in Athens especially, which is, let's say, a victory in the sense of an institutional spot of and dialogue with the communities, with the municipal authorities. Everything what Adela said before, yeah, that's why I said that I'm fully aligned with her initial response. So, is it enough? No. Because we need to, after the institutional recognition of that part, we need to understand better how the local communities work. If it is evident that they could create such a council, I mean, obviously in Athens, we can, okay. But in the sense of a wider, let's say, scope of how many municipalities, how the migrants participate in local communities, there are a lot to be done in that sense. I mean, definitely we have an institutional instrument to work on co-decision, on a basic stance for migrant communities in communicating with municipal authorities, but we need more things to do, I mean, beyond Athens and also in Athens, in the sense of how feasible is it to even to the smallest, let's say, municipality, which is not, but let's say that we could promote in a good sense this process all over Greece and all over Greek municipalities. Now we're in the, now we are in the, let's say, in the process of trying to explain to the central government exactly what is the benefit to to have a migrant and refugee integration council. I think we are in a good, let's say, way of doing that. Let's hope that we'll have more SEMS, as Agla said before, all over Greece. It's a co-decision model, really, because it's institutional. It's not something that just to respond to the fact on the political change. Since it is in the law concerning the local government organizations, so it doesn't matter who is the mayor. He or she has to respond to the fact that has to have in the local level a migrant and refugee integration council. Now, beyond that, it's it's the real things that we have to deal with concerning the organization of the migrant communities, all the barriers that the migrant communities face in terms of how they have a legal entity and all these kind of issues in order to be part of this kind of councils. Just to say that, Adla, I think, said everything. Just to respond.
Panos, thank you so much. That was a very Greek 1 minute, but that's fine. In my community, it's the same, so don't worry, that's fine. We have speakers arriving for our breakout group, so I want to quickly say thank you to Adla and Nick for joining us across 2 different time zones. So thank you very much. What you said we will pull into our respective workshops. So we're going to take a very short break now, and we will be assigning you into your workshops. So the next thing you should see is your breakout group. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Adla, will you be staying with us or do you have to leave?
Unfortunately, no, because it's Refugee Week and we have an event here and I am speaking in the event, so I have to
good luck with that. And thank you for being with us then.
Thank you.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
You've all been assigned, so if tech guards allows, then you should be with your breakout room now.
Okay.
That's the housing breakout. So.
Great. And that's everybody you think who should be here is here?
I think so. Otherwise, my colleagues know that they if there's an issue, they can push on a button and be back with us.
Okay, thanks very much. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. You know, it would be helpful if you could put cameras on, because then I can check people's expressions, which means that I'll work out if you're getting annoyed or bored or angry or having fun. And it's my job to make sure that the last of those is what actually happens today, or being informed maybe, or thinking, you know, it's, but whatever you do, it would just be helpful. I appreciate some of you are in places where that's not possible, but it would just be great. Hi, my name's Sue Lutz. I'm one of the consultants and directors at Migration Work, who had a few mentions today because we're organising this event, but also I was very pleased to see them mentioned as having contributed to some of the work, the brilliant work that cities are doing across a range of topics. So the purpose of this workshop, it's short, and I mean, yeah, but it's going to be very good, is really to think about the role of housing and the work we can do on housing in building resilience within cities, and in particular, of course, resilience in relation to population change. So we have one speaker, and I'm hoping, of course, she's on the other page. Oh dear, I need to move my gallery around a bit. But Dominique, and I'm not sure if other colleagues as well from Vienna are also going to be contributing, but Dominique's in charge of all of this. So here we go. We have
three people.
Thank you.
And I'm Sonia. Hello.
Hi
and
there,
my
yes.
colleague Birgit from the city of Vienna is here too.
Brilliant. Thank you very
so
much indeed.
I will try to share. And let's hope this works out.
Oh, that's looking great. Do you want to just flick ahead one to make sure that works? Because we've had problems this morning with people not being able to.
I saw that flipping.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay.
Okay.
So here we go.
We're going to hear from Vienna, and then we're going to share the experiences across the workshop from different places and think about what we can learn about how it is that we can provide housing responses to rapid population changes. I'm sorry, somebody's asking to change breakout rooms, and I have no idea how to do that. My apologies. I'm just a housing person. I don't know anything at all about tech. Right. Okay. If you have any thoughts, right. If Alexandra's still in the room. She's not, is she?
Yeah.
Do you want to change them over if you can? I have no idea.
Yeah. This is weird because you were both assigned to the breakout session. So in my system, you look assigned to the breakout session on communication. So I'm looking into that. Keep going. So.
Fine. Meanwhile, enjoy this. You're going to learn a lot about housing that you weren't expected to learn until you get into your communications breakout session. Please take it away, colleagues from Vienna. Let's get on because we have an hour. It's going to be exciting. So let's go.
Okay. So presentation just slipped away from me here. Very sorry. I waited for too long. Just 1 second, please. Let's do that again. There we go. So let's skip the agenda and get right into it. So I'll start with a brief introduction to the Vienna Social Fund, the Fonds Soziales Wien, which is the largest social service provider in Vienna and acts on behalf of the city of Vienna. Its mission is to ensure that people facing very difficult life situations receive the support they need, or challenging life situations. And we work in several areas, including nursing and care, disability services, homelessness support, and of course, refugee support and basic care. Let us now turn to the Austrian basic care system, Grundversorgung, which provides temporary support for people who need protection and who cannot independently secure the basic necessities. The main target group consists of asylum seekers. However, eligibility also includes people who have recently been granted asylum, beneficiaries of subsidiary protection, holders of humanitarian residence permits, displaced persons from Ukraine, and certain individuals who cannot be deported. In addition to belonging to one of these groups, people must demonstrate that they do not have sufficient financial resources and require temporary support. Basic care ensures accommodation or rent subsidies, food or food allowance, health insurance, and other essential services. In addition, we have further services depending on individual needs, like information and counseling, social support, or special care services for elderly people or individuals with needs, with health needs, school supplies, or return counseling. Overall, the basic care system is a safety net that ensures access to essential services while establishing a more stable situation in Austria. While the basic care system focuses on meeting essential needs like housing, Vienna places a strong emphasis on integration support also in the area of housing. And two important examples are our basic care counseling centers and the Stadt Wien program. So we have currently, Vienna operates a network of 13 counseling centers across the city, providing specialized support for refugees and asylum seekers. These centers are run by 9 of our most experienced partner organizations and are funded and coordinated within the Viennese refugee support system.
I've been cooking it from scratch.
Sorry? These centers offer social counseling on a wide range of topics, including information about social benefits, about administrative procedures, guidance regarding childcare or coordination of medical care. In addition, there are several counseling centers with special target groups like women or men, youth, LGBTIQ+ individuals, or people with psychosocial needs. But there's a big focus on housing too, because housing counseling deserves special attention because it's one of the most important factors for successful integration. Many refugees coming to Vienna face significant challenges when entering the housing market, like language barriers. They don't know the legal terminology and they have limited knowledge of the housing system. So counselors therefore help clients to understand rental contracts, housing costs, and tenant rights, as well as responsibilities. They also explain the different housing options available in Vienna and provide guidance on how to secure a stable housing in the long term. By providing this housing knowledge and reducing uncertainty, counseling contributes directly to greater independence and social inclusion. So, and now we come to Stadt Wien, which will be presented by my colleague Birgit.
Thank you very much. I will step in very quickly, just for one slide, informing you about our overall program, about the Stadt Wien program. The target group of the Stadt Wien program is not only refugees, but this is all immigrants. They are coming to Vienna and they had to pass through the immigration office within the last 2 years. Not everybody who is coming, but those people who come to Vienna within the last 2 years. When passing the immigration office, they get an invitation for an orientation meeting. As you can see here, it's an individual appointment to answer initial questions about life in Vienna. And apart from this individual appointments, we also have bigger information events. They are voluntarily and free, and they are in several languages, giving information on basic questions from all those who are coming to Vienna. This is not especially for refugees, as I said before, but for for third country nationals, for European Union members, for all people they want to live in Vienna. We have a special session once a month about housing topics, and the housing topics are dealt with in a very overall and general manner. And the participants, they get information about the specialized counseling centers, what Sidonie already told you before. One more offer from the city of Vienna, from our department, is the digital Start Wien program. On our website, you can find videos on different matters, even from education to healthcare issues, also to housing. So when you visit the Start Wien website, what you can see on the right side, you can find all the videos, and everyone can attend there, even those who are not able to attend the information events in person. Last offer we have is a conversation club. All the participants from the information event, they get also an invitation to take part at the conversation club. This is also free. And we want to give the opportunity to as many as possible people in Vienna to learn and to practice German as quick as possible and with as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Birgit. So
Thank you.
Next on, how do I get started? Here's the next slide. So next I will tell you something about our current project FINI, and then Dominique will tell you about the action plan. So Project FINI is a transitional housing and integration program for refugee families who have already been granted asylum. The project started in 2024 and has a maximum duration of 18 months for participants. The participating families rent apartments and cover their housing costs independently, as well as energy. At the same time, they receive comprehensive support in areas such as housing, psychosocial well-being, or employment. Rather than providing permanent support, the project focuses on building the skills and resources necessary for long-term independence. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't put the slide in. Here's the slide. But I already told you. So, the project currently supports approximately 480 residents, most of whom come from Syria. Particularly encouraging results so far is that 77% of the participants are either attending training programs or are registered with the public employment service. The figures show that housing stability and targeted integration support can significantly improve the chances of achieving economic self-sufficiency and lead to broader social integration. So this slide illustrates how specific support services lead to measurable integration outcomes. For example, employment-related support includes assistance with job applications, job research, and childcare arrangements. The services improve qualifications and job readiness, resulting in increased employment uptake, and so a steady income, and so the possibility to pay one's own rent and life. And taken together, these outcomes contribute to broader impact, strengthening social cohesion and supporting successful integration into society. And then we come to the action plan. Dominique.
Thank you. If I look distracted, I'm in the office and I think my colleagues are having a party right now, so it's a little bit loud in here. Okay, but it doesn't matter. So maybe just as a brief background on how this action plan came into life. So I'm part of the housing COP in the CONSOLIDATE project, and together with Dortmund and Gothenburg, our aim of the COP is basically to improve local support mechanisms that help refugees achieve housing autonomy and therefore transition to independent living. So this action plan is the result of recommendations that that occurred during our peer reviews, and also from a qualitative survey that we did among refugees in Vienna. So the plan, and this is really just a draft because we are still in the process of defining everything and getting to the measurements, etc. So please don't hold me accountable for it if there are or there will be changes. But the plan is the development of a multilingual digital platform for refugees and that provide access to housing and integration information in Vienna. So it should be an easy access, basically. And the main objective is to provide easy and low threshold access to the reliable information on housing, integration, and we want to put this information also in multiple languages. And so we hope by doing this that we support the refugees in their transition towards independent living and also strengthen their digital inclusion and improve the visibility of our existing services, because we do have a lot of services, but it's rather spread overall in the city, and to have one information on one website that should be really helpful. And a key element of the platform will be a user-centered navigation concept. So the content should be structured around real-life situations, and we're still in the process of getting to do that. So we are either doing this by a dynamic decision tree or interactive question-based guidance. We are not sure, but probably there will be some questions, but then these questions will lead to some information, and you get a link to for counseling centers. So where do you basically the information? Well, the output should be the information where the person should go or where the right counseling center is, for example. And user questions could be, for example, I'm looking for an apartment, or I do not understand my rental contract, or I need support with housing costs. Yes, and we expect, as I said already, improve the usability and relevance, and also make information more accessible, and also provide better support. I said that already, I think, during transition to the independent living, and also help protect refugees from discrimination and exploitation in the housing market, because in this information guidelines, there should also be information on where to go when someone is discriminated, for example. Yes, that's basically it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So to conclude, Vienna combines essential support for basic care system with a strong focus on integration. Counseling centers, Stadt Wien, and projects such as FINI, and also the action plan with the To Come platform can help migrants and refugees move towards independent living, labor market participation, and social inclusion. Thank you for your attention. Thanks.
Do you want to translate for us those 3 words on the slide?
Fördert, stärkt, wirkt. Yeah, I had it before. It's right here. It supports, empowers, and makes a difference. It's our motto. Fördert, stärkt.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. So now it's our chance as a group to explore this and think about finding solutions for people who are involved in their various places, and explore what Vienna are doing that you might be able to borrow from or imitate or improve on. So does anybody have any questions, or first of all, any factual questions, maybe just to explore what they've told us already? And then maybe any thoughts that's provoked in you to begin to think about more housing and so on. Sorry, I'm great. Somebody has a hand up. Is that Ibtisam? Hi, Ibtisam.
Hello. Yes, I think it's amazing, like what this project is doing. And the thing in London, I'm in London, and there is in most local authorities, local government, there are, various kind of welcome packs that have all the information that are required for, to navigate people, through the system. But it's not streamlined, like each local authority has got a different one. So, and because it's like a paper-based stuff, it could be too much information in one go, and because of people having to always be traveling from here and there, or the unstable nature of the situation is quite a hard one to keep us. So this digital format, it just looks amazing. I think that's something that could be useful, and especially a lot of the like housing, your rights or legislation stuff is because it's all the same across the whole country. Then you can have information there that's useful, that whether you're in Liverpool or in London, it's the same kind of information about your right and your entitlement that you could be used. And also it's digital, so somebody obviously will have to be funded to be in charge of updating it and adding, and maybe have subsections, like one section is for London and one is for like Manchester ones, so you can go into individual regions if you need to, but the overall rights and stuff could be there. And that could really, I guess some local authorities have got the capacity or the resources to create this welcome packs and information. Some of them haven't got, and nowadays a lot of asylum seekers and refugees are going into like smaller communities that have previously never had to accommodate like newcomers, so the infrastructure is not even there. They don't know. So I think it's a useful tool for both where they don't even have the money for interpreting services. So if there's a digital web where it's in people's language, then it's so much more accessible. I don't know. I had a question about the jobs. I think I've mentioned this in the past to you, Sue, about someone has said to me who's passed through Germany that in Germany, if you want to do a driving license, get your driving, you can do it in your own language. So he's Syrian, so you could do the driving license and the DVLA tests in German. So I wanted to ask if anybody here knows of that, or if there's any.
Well, luckily Maria is the next one with her hand up, and she is from Munich, so she can tell us about German driving licenses. I say,
yes, I wish I could. Thank you.
Is the phrase, I'm afraid.
I wish I could. I wish I could, but actually I'm not really familiar with driving licenses, but I can look up later on. I don't want to tell you something wrong. I would like to get back to the presentation, and it's more mixed of a factual question and more a comment. It's about, you mentioned, one of you three mentioned you have this project with those 110 families living in private flats. So my question would be, do you help them to find the flat? And that leads me to this more general question, comment. How do you manage to support people, in particular refugees, to find affordable flats on the private market in particular? But also I think your situation in Vienna is better than in Munich, but I also think it's quite tight when it comes to social housing, but that I'd be interested to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe somebody from Vienna could answer those quite specific questions about FINI and how it works.
I think we're very lucky not to have the same housing prices as Munich does. First, second, a project FINI. We have, in fact, there's two similar projects. There's FINI, which is a whole house with flats, and then there's Ponto, which has several flats. But all of this is rented by Diakonie, by an NGO. They did rent this. They pay the rent to the person to it belongs, and our refugees living there must pay the real rent to Diakonie. So that's a zero sum. this is in this project. And what we fund is not the housing in this case, but it's the support, it's the integration support. It's for the people who need housing and integration. So, for example, if you're well integrated but you have no apartment, you can't participate in this project. And more generally, on the private market, generally the people find the apartments themselves, but we have the housing counseling, and we have and our partner organizations often have, for example, during the crisis, this happens. It's standard that they put hotlines and email addresses, and also we do that. And people who want to rent a room or sublet an apartment or something can register there, and then the contacts are transmitted to the refugees.
And also maybe because the one project that Sidona mentioned, Fini and Ponto by Diakonie, they also have the housing consolation. And what they do, for example, they do a buddy system with for an apartment, together with them to visit their apartment, for example, or do all the paperwork that's behind it, or help them with the paperwork, all the financial bureaucratic work you need to bear in mind. They help with that as well. Because there are a lot of different apartment situations in Vienna. We have social housing, for example, we have the private market, and there are different criteria, eligibility criteria, and they also advise on this. So if you're, for example, eligible for this social housing, or if not, then they help you find an apartment on the private market.
What I should say at this point, I'm afraid this is advertising, but the project that we're all working in within CONSOLIDATE is producing a how-to guide, which will look at housing solutions for refugees and for moving people on. I think, you know, the consensus at the moment is that generally, having had the experience of first Syrians and others and then Ukrainians, a lot of cities have sort of cracked that problem, but we kind of got quite good at managing those emergencies and finding places. I mean, people didn't end up in large numbers sleeping on the streets for very long. I mean, people certainly did sleep on the streets in some days, but generally, we've learned how to do that kind of immediate emergency response because it's in a sense like any other emergency. I remember in the 1970s talking to somebody from a very small local authority where 30 asylum seekers had turned up unexpectedly, and he said, I didn't know what to do, but I knew we had an earthquake plan, so I just used that. It's a strange thing to have in the UK where we don't have earthquakes, but apparently every local authority has to have one. So that thing is easier. So then there's the issue about the transitional housing and how it is that you structure that in order not to create dependence, so people never want to move on, and also to not fall into the trap of thinking, oh, that's okay, they're in transitional housing, now we can just walk away, because actually the moment they enter that transitional housing is the moment you have to start planning for when they leave. And this, I think, is what we've found from high hosting schemes, that lots of people open their homes, particularly to Ukrainians, very willingly, very happily. But after 6 months, a year, 2 years, people need to move on. And if the local authority has not planned for that, then that becomes a new crisis. So it's about planning from day one. But what this project is looking at is actually planning for autonomy in terms of making sure that people have the tools that they need in order to find their housing. The issue is, can you create any new housing within the city that will actually, you know, produce some housing for this new housing need from people who've arrived? And that's always difficult. I know, Munich, you're saying that you've done that in some circumstances, but as soon as you said using office accommodation, I thought, yes, we all had lots of spare office accommodation after the pandemic, or during and after the pandemic, because so many offices moved. I mean, my local authority, I think, says it needs half the space it needed before, because so many people now do hybrid working from home and things, and offices are no longer needed. So that's a little bubble that will eventually not be available. Finding new sites to put temporary housing on works well. Antwerp's had some brilliant different projects. But that again is a small scale and temporary solution. I don't think any of us have cracked the problem of how you make more housing, because if we had, we'd all be much more successful cities. If that's and Vienna actually is in the process of creating a lot more social housing than anybody else. But even there, struggles sometimes to ensure that people in need get it. No? Sorry, I've talked far too long. And so I'm interested in this. Moving on, transitional accommodation. How do you make sure that it works well to encourage autonomy? And how do you plan from the moment people enter it for the moment when people leave? And I think Ibtisam raised a really interesting issue, which is you set up a beautiful digital system where all of the information is, but the moment you do it, some of that information changes because offices change, organizations change, or opening hours change. How do you make sure it stays updated?
Well, that's gonna be one. I wouldn't say issue, but we have. I mean, we talked about it. We talked about it a lot, and we want to put information on there that's not, well, hopefully not gonna change too often. So consistent information, but of course there will be information that's going to change, and we have to revise it, and we have to adapt to it, and we have to put always up-to-date information. But that's something we already do with our existing websites. So if there is a change, if something's the relevant updated information on the website, and we're going to do that with this housing advice plugin as well.
Thank you. Have we got more questions? Someone, sorry.
Question. That's me.
No, please.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I also like that information on that website, on the digital information. Is it created with the refugees? Co-created with them? Because what we have found was we were making like all these welcome packs, all these information packs, and then eventually running it by the manager. So like, not really, this is not what we want to find out. What we want to know is this one and this one. So then we had to rewrite the whole thing. And so it's, you think of the things that what the children center is, in this where you get, you know, security and stuff. Then and they say like, no, what we want to find out is this, and so then we had to recreate it with them, so to make sure it's what somebody coming can find, and maybe less is more sometimes. You know, we want to put as much stuff, but they just want to know a few basic things that they want to go around. So just for accessibility purposes, I just want to ask if that's how it works.
That's actually a really good point. And because we are not, as the Social Fund Vienna, we are not the ones who are in direct contact with the refugees. We're giving the funds to our NGOs who are in direct contact. So for this project, what we did is we sat together with the NGOs, so with our housing, especially with the housing advice centers. I had meetings with them, and I asked them, okay, what are the most relevant topics at the moment, or with what kind of questions do the refugees come to you and ask for advice on housing matters? And so this information from our NGOs and from the housing advice centers, this already is put into this plan, into the platform.
Thank you. So I'm looking around to see who else we have here in terms of experience and involvement.
And sorry,
yes, go ahead,
sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
It's just one thing we did, and I think I mentioned it. Maybe it was a side note. But what we did beforehand, before this project, and even not directly linked to the Consolidate project, but what we did is a customer survey. So we asked our customers what kind of information they need, where do in regards to finding stable housing. So the results of this survey also a part of and are being kept in mind by this project and implementing it. And we are planning to do customer surveys further on.
Okay. So I'm looking around at other cities or people from other cities and wondering, do you have any questions for Vienna or any thoughts about the city that you're working in or with and what they might appreciate or need or want?
There's a question in the chat, Sue.
I'm sorry, I have to. Is housing help provided before or after getting asylum or refugee status? There we go. Sorry, question.
They basically I mean the question is in regards to the housing advice centers, I guess, right? Their focus is more on the people after receiving asylum status, because before that they're basically in the basic care support system. So they have an accommodation, and most of the time are staying in an organized accommodation or already in a private accommodation and getting basic care support. But after receiving an asylum status, they are not eligible anymore for the basic care support. So they need to transition from the emergency shelter to a long-term stable solution. And this is where the housing advice center step in and advise them and help them find accommodation.
Okay, thank you.
And there was also, I mean, FINI obviously is a project that incorporates housing advice as well as psychosocial, but that's open to refugees who've just been given refugee status, is that right? And then it's to enable them to move on into autonomy later on.
Yeah.
And Maria, you were going to say something.
Yes, just a question. We have similar services, but in our case, it's also a bit difficult to distinguish between those who received asylum status and who stay actually still at the facilities because they don't find anything, and those people who are identified or defined as homeless people. So I don't know, are all those services that you're providing, are there for the homeless people as well, or do you have separate services and digital platforms helping the homeless people?
No, we have a separate homeless center. So in Vienna Social Fund we have ours, which is refugee and Grundversorgung, and then there's homeless, and they have a service center, they have a strategy and and the proper homes. But some people having a status like asylum or subsidiary protection are eligible to some homelessness support homes.
Yeah.
But not all of them, and not if they are in basic care support. We do a strict difference there. Because our goal here in our department is integration, and we would fail if the outcome is that all people who leave us to go on with their lives after status go directly into homelessness support. That would be a big fail.
Okay, because just to sort of to comment or to explain, we have also homeless projects like you have for refugees. We have them also for refugees. They are counseling in terms of finding a housing, in terms of getting back to labor, to work. So it's more or less the same objective, just the target group differs. That's why I'm asking. And in our case, it's not clear to distinguish, so sometimes it overlaps.
We have same targets, but different. Really, it's strictly separated.
Okay.
I would comment that I think from, the issue is that, of course, refugees will be homeless people if they find no housing. But it's always, I think, quite hard, isn't it? Because on the one hand, there's a recognition that because of the experience of refugees, they will have particular needs. They'll have fewer friends and family to fall back on because they've relatively newly arrived in the country, in the city. They won't have those sorts sorts of resources. They may have more difficulties entering the labour market because of issues around language and qualifications. And they may also be traumatised and find decision-making difficult in those circumstances. And women refugees, particularly those who've faced gender-based violence, will have a whole range of other issues as well. So on the one hand, you need to take account of that. On the other hand, you need to not make assumptions about that, because the refugee may be somebody who arrived with absolutely nobody there to support them, who has lost their entire family and is entirely traumatized. They may equally well be a very well qualified doctor who already speaks the language and is suffering tremendous loss, but actually can walk into an office and make himself understood or herself understood and manage their lives reasonably well with a small amount of support. And the trick, the difficulty is always to make sure that you are doing the right thing for the right person. So the sort of the idea of the digital platform is that if it's slightly user-led, then people will ask the right questions because they'll ask them at the level that they need, rather than, you know, being fed information, 50% of which isn't relevant to their circumstances necessarily. I'm translating stuff here that Dominique has told me about the intentions, so I do tell me if I'm getting it wrong. Also, for people's information, one of the London boroughs has put some money into developing a platform for services for migrants and refugees in the borough, not just refugees by any means. It also includes events for and about migrants and refugees. So at the moment, it's mainly focusing on all the lovely events for Refugee Week. But again, the problem there is that you have to update it. So part of the project has been to train organisations, very simply, I mean, it's not a big deal, it's just a little bit of online work with them, to make sure that they keep the information up to date. Because if you're putting information on this week and then in a month's time you change your programme because it's the summer, then people are going to stop using the platform quite quickly, because they'll just tell their friends as well that it's not up to date and they've been sent to the wrong place at the wrong time. So I'm looking around to see if other people in the room have maybe thoughts from their own experiences. Maria Antonia or Juan or Mai, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Maybe I just want to thank you first for the session, and so yeah, your last idea, because it's really that one size doesn't fit all. And from I'm Syrian. I'm not refugee myself, but I know a lot of refugees, and I know that the problem in many cases, before getting the refugee status or asylum status, the problem is that people want to integrate into labor market. But unfortunately, it's very hard because of the papers, documents, and those stuff. And by time this creates some kind of dependency on support, and people are not like facing problem to get into labor market. So I think maybe here we go back to the policies and how to help people integrate, because some people willing to integrate since the day they arrive. But by time they lose this passion to go in. So yeah, and this effect is not like immediately housing, but it's also because when people are working and well integrated, they have the money to rent and they learn the language and blah blah blah. But while they are not working, just sitting at house or refugee camps, whatever. Waiting for support, they create this kind of dependency culture, which is really not good on the long term. Yeah.
You've raised a really important issue, which is the connection between the housing and the labour market. And it's a big problem in some countries and in some cities. I think Vienna less so, because Vienna is quite a centrally planned city in terms of the housing market, so it takes account of labour market needs in terms of planning new housing development and so on. But in many cities, essentially, if you have a flourishing labour market, you'll almost certainly have an overheating housing market. That's because people are coming to work, and so that pushes up rents and causes problems and a shortage of housing. And then if you then try and move people into areas where housing is easier to get because it is cheaper and more available, you're moving them away from potential work. And that's been the story in the UK, that, you know, the government has moved people out of the southeast of England, where you know, the jobs market is short of people, into areas where there's a lot of housing available because everybody has moved away in order to find work. And that's so there's an issue about aligning the two and making sure. And the second issue is that stable housing is the basis for getting a job. If you are effectively homeless or sharing with two other families in restricted space or things like that, you are not going to be able to work well. And even if you do get a job, you will lose it quite quickly.
And it's also here, maybe the policy comes, like, for example, imagine we don't need people in the large cities. We need them more in the villages or in in places where usually people doesn't go. So maybe we can, from the beginning, provide some kind of help for people to integrate there, and then they will find a job there or something. I mean, but also we need also to create opportunities, because when we say we don't need people in cities, but we need them on places where there is lack of people or worker or whatever. But we also need to create working opportunities there. It's like kind of both together, like the housing and the labor, as you mentioned. Yeah.
The Ile-de-France region, I think it's a region in France, has done some work on that, trying to find accommodation and work for people outside the area around Paris that they cover. And actually accompanying them to the area to visit, to see what the area is like, because people who've only gone to live in Paris or Vienna or whatever will think that whatever else goes on anywhere else, this is the capital city, it's where everything exciting happens, and won't want to move out. And that's had some success. I've covered it in a report I wrote, which I will find a link for and post. But I've got Maria and Birgit and Ibtisam in that order, maybe, if that's okay, coming back. So Maria, and then Birgit, and then Ibtisam.
Sorry, I think Ibtisam was first, if she...
Like, yeah, most of what I just wanted to say, so you've already said it about the availability of jobs and housing. But what I guess, being in London in such a huge place, what we cannot do, as what Sidonia said, the project is there's just not capacity to have that kind of, to be able to house for like 110 people to keep the support going for a year and stuff. But what, from my experience, what we have been doing is a lot of people have been housing in hotels for some time now, for a few years. So there were a lot of workshops being done inside the hotels before people get their asylum, before they get their refugee status. So to just inform them about how the housing works, how to claim benefits once you get there, and something called housing allowance, how much money that you can, like government can pay for a flat or for a room when you are in London or in different parts of the country. So if in London it doesn't cover whatever rent that you need to, so a lot of people cannot stay in London even if they want. But like having that workshop explaining people, like, you know, it's over several workshops to explain, if you go to this place, this is will be your local housing allowance, so your benefits will fully be able to cover your rent and stuff. So people can just make a little bit more informed decisions when they get it, and also prepare themselves that this is maybe not viable, because people will say, oh, I just want to stay here, and they might well do, but being given them well beforehand, so then they can start maybe trying to find out any connections in other places that they are trying to find, if there are people from their own country who've gone to those places, so they can start finding out a little bit more information about it. That, and also having a housing officer like within the team that does the workshops explaining this, and then the minute people get their status, because they get like 42 days now, it was 28 days at some point, but straight away then they do all the applications for the social security, the welfare benefits, so they don't fall in the gaps and they're not ending up homeless, so at least they can go. So a lot of preventative work, like while they're still asylum seekers, to also has been useful in avoiding people ending up homeless or then being in houses in flats where they cannot afford, so they they can't even get it. Landlords wouldn't allow them to rent it, but also getting into debt. And as Sue said, if you don't have housing, then you don't have to get a job or to maintain a job anyway. So that we found that useful as well.
Thank you. I put a link in the chat, by the way, to it's a post on our website about the report with a link to it. But that includes that Ile-de-France project that I think might be interesting, where they look at moving people out of Paris area. Sorry, I've forgotten who was first now. It was Maria.
Yeah, thanks, what you mentioned. I think it's also very important that to start informing the people why they are still seeking for asylum. That's what we are doing too. The earlier people know what they can have in the future, what kind of entitlements and what kind of challenges they have to face, the better. But actually I wanted to also to thank Mai for the aspect of employment. I think it's very important. And as you said, so Munich has a lot of employment opportunities, which leads to a tight housing market. Since Bavaria is allocating the numbers, they tried, of course, to put it in some other spaces, but there we have to consider other facts like educational capacities, kindergarten, schooling. And if it's near Munich, it's also expensive, the properties on the private market. So it's a very difficult to find the right way. And I wanted to mention it's also for those people who have been living for a while in Munich, they have their networks. So it's also not so easy then for them to transfer into a complete different region. They had also then not necessarily have to be all traumatized, but still they sort of from one country to another country is already challenging enough. And then from one city to another, we try to avoid people to locate too much. And the law, that's my last remark, the German law also noticed that it's important to get people as soon as possible into work. And because in the beginning was the fear we providing them incentives and they don't want to return then if they don't get asylum, but they now changed it and it's now a 3 months period they have to wait, but then they can get into work, which I think is a step ahead. As said, that's the fears of many of people. If we offer them to work, then we can't return them and they stay then on social benefits while working on a very low salary and wages.
Thank you. Very good. You've been very patient. Thank you. You're on mute. Can you unmute?
Sorry. Yes, just some comments on the employment. As you know, the Bavarian country is in the western part of Austria, but it is really difficult to convince our people, our refugees living in Vienna, to go to the western part of Austria. There we have a lot of employment, and I know that our national labor market system is doing a lot to convince as many as possible of our people living in Vienna and coming to Vienna to get a work there. But what is the difficulty? As Maria said before, there are also other integration points they have to fulfill. So it is the language learning, it is the kindergartens, it is the infrastructure, and it is very, very hard to get the people, for example, in the tourism sector, to work. And not to forget all the community who is living in Vienna. They have their families in Vienna, and it's not so easy to say, okay, a part of the legal status, as Maria also mentioned, is not so easy to convince them to go to another country, even if it is within Austria. The housing opportunities would be easier.
So I think, but I mean, if there's Sidonia, do come in.
Yes, I just wanted to say, I fought for the same thing as Birgit just said, and we tried during the Ukrainian crisis, we tried before settlement in Vienna, we tried to convince people to go to Salzburg or to Innsbruck and register there, because of course we're in the East, Vienna is in the East, all the refugee routes are coming first to us, and then you're in the capital and there are all the communities, and it's easier to settle in your mind, but in fact it's not easy to settle because of the high standards in terms of monetary standards. And so we tried to convince before even registering with the police that they're in Austria to convince the Ukrainian refugees to go to the West. We did it somehow, but not that many as we would have wanted. So thank you. That was my commentary.
I think we've sort of covered between us the issue about how it is you get people to move to other areas where housing may be more suitable, which is you have to provide everything else as well. There has to be employment there has to be language services, there have to be suitable schools for their children. And in that sense, you know, that's integration. You know, if you told me I had to move out of London, I would want to know that those things were there for me. And refugees are like everybody else. You know, I certainly had that experience talking to in Greece about the fact that refugees won't take up temporary employment. And when I said, well, why have you got so many temporary jobs? They said, well, no Greeks will do them because it makes the benefits so complicated and they have to move and all the rest of it. And I thought, well, actually, if your refugees are making the same decisions on the basis of the same information as the host population, then you've achieved integration, really. You can't complain about the fact that it doesn't also solve your labour market problems. You can only expect refugees to do as much as somebody born in Vienna. And if they won't move out, then refugees won't either. So I don't know. I'm looking at Alexandra here because I've forgotten what timing we're on. What time do we have to finish?
2 minutes, Sue. So we're perfectly on time.
So
I will bring everyone back.
Somebody needs to say something very, very sparkling in 1 minute, and then Alexandra will banish us all to the main meeting. So, okay. Well, I'm going to say that thank you very much indeed, especially to colleagues from Vienna who I know have, you know, really worked on putting this together. And we've seen what you may not have realized necessarily is different bits of the city coming together there in terms of the Social Fund Vienna, which is a separate but dependent organization, and the city itself and so on. So we've heard from a whole range of sectors across the city, for which thank you very much indeed. And I hope that it's been stimulating. Do please find the links in the chat and think about it. Take up the offer of the recording when Alexandra circulates it to everybody, and send it to colleagues so that they can all see, because I think there are solutions out there, and we're all working our way together and slowly towards them, and we can all make that difference if we do work together. So thank you very much indeed, particularly to Vienna, but to everybody for a stimulating discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you,
bringing people back.
It has to be outside.
Oh, sorry, Javier. Hi, Alexandra here. I closed the breakout. I'm sorry. You seem to have been cut in the middle of a sentence.
Oh yeah. It was. I was really happy because Jerry gave us an idea. It was something that we are working on. But we do it is a campaign of. I am from Puebla. Yo soy Puebla, right? From migrant descendant people, but it's internal. And now I think I'm going to, discuss with the Councillor of Citizen Participation whether this can go outside, because it's really interesting. Yeah.
You seem to have had a really interesting discussions. Dirk, Rachel, would you like to share a couple of points with the other groups? What did you discuss?
Well, shall I start, Rachel, or do you want to start? I spoke a lot before.
I just want, I can just say briefly, Javier gave us a really fantastic presentation. Javier himself is fantastic, in fact. So for me, the key takeaway was in Fuenlabrada, they really have worked into the fabric of that place, inclusion, not in a tokenistic way. They have institutionalized it through these neighborhood associations. They've really pushed it. I think they've had a mayor that's been very encouraging of this, promoting interculturality, and it's become a strong part of the identity of the place. So that has made communication efforts, the trust within to build with citizens so much easier, because they feel like they belong in a place. This is we were just discussing, they have the identity. Some of them might not even say I feel Spanish, but they will say I'm Fuen, you know, and that was my key takeaway. It can be difficult and it's long-term work, but they have really worked the idea of immigration and interculturality into the fabric and the growth of that city.
Yeah, nothing to add really, no. And one thing maybe, the partnership, no, with civil society, which is also a long-term project, and that can be mobilized in communication crisis situations, not only, also in general social inclusion, participation, and so on. But that's also a very good asset to have when there's but these kind of community people from civil society. So really impressive. No, but so it's not about having a clever PR strategy, but you also need to have the substance. Otherwise, your whole local narrative will sound hollow.
Great. Looking forward to watch the recording. Sue, would you like to say a few words about our group? We were in a smaller setting, but that actually allows a quite smooth conversation between a couple of cities present in the room. Sue.
Yes, so we heard from Vienna about their plans and about the existing projects, essentially about moving people on from emergency through to transition through to eventual autonomy and how that works. Looked at the project that we're currently working on in the CONSOLIDATE project, which is producing a digital guide really for people who want to find out about housing and other sort of aspects of their life. But I think we kept coming back to things that weren't housing, which is interesting. So the issue about the housing market and the labour market, and the fact that very often the two markets are they're in sync, but in the wrong direction, if you like. That where there's a flourishing labour market, there's a tight housing market, and vice versa. And refugees and others, quite sensibly, if they're told, why don't you go somewhere where housing is cheap and available, they say no, because there's no jobs there. That's why the housing is cheap and available. And so it's an issue about how you actually manage that, and whether there are options for doing that. I think there's also an issue about how you manage transitional housing in order to actually encourage autonomy. And Vienna has a couple of very interesting projects that do that. But there's always a risk that you provide good transition. And so you've got to be planning from day one. And then we went back further and said, actually, we need to plan from day one for asylum seekers as well, that they need to find out about the housing options that they may get once they achieve their status within the country as early as possible, not just on the day they get their refugee status or something like that. So there's a lot there. There's quite a lot of links in the chat, which I hope we're going to be able to keep in the recordings and so on, because there were sort of interesting bits and pieces there. And you've all got to keep an eye on Vienna. Vienna is the city that can tell us all about housing and social housing anyway, regardless of refugee integration. But they're also going to be able to tell us all about how you can begin to develop really good information for refugees and potentially other migrants who want to move on and become more independent in every sense of the word. So watch out. And watch out for the how-to guide. We'll be writing all about them and others as well.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Sue. It's now time to end this meeting. I would like to thank everyone very warmly, especially our speakers. I found this day really insightful, and I think we've been very lucky with great speakers, really inspiring, very practical insights. Thank you very much to our excellent moderators, Dirk, Rachel, Sue, and thank you all for your contributions today. It's been a very rich and engaging day. But the good news is that this conversation doesn't end here. As we've said before, you'll get the recording, the slides, and the how-to guide on housing as well. But I'm also very happy to announce that we will be continuing this discussion in Vilnius, Lithuania, on the 3rd and 4th of February 27, where Eurocities, together with the city of Vilnius, will co-host the 12th Integrating Cities Conference under the same theme. So it's going to be called Inclusive Cities, Resilient Futures. So we will definitely tap into the discussion we've had today and continue them during this event. For those who don't know, the Integrating Cities Conference is Eurocities' flagship event on migrant integration at the local level. It's a key moment for cities, be it practitioners or policymakers, EU institution, national government experts, and very importantly, civil society to come together and exchange experience. So I hope I'll see many of you again in Vilnius. And thank you again for your time. Thank you for being with us today. And I wish you all a very good rest of the day. See you soon.